late as usual Sunday morning. And to anybody watching this recording later, I apologize, but I'm going to double queue Vintage at the same time as this Legacy here. So the focus is just to play quickly for me. I do care a lot more about Legacy than Vintage, so... Elves, okay. Elvish Reclaimer should do well. $423 people for Vintage. Let's see. Alright, 9 rounds. It's not as bad as 10. Feel good about the Elves matchup. Especially now that we have our Reclaimer out and we still got a couple more lands. If you count this map. We'll just have to be careful post forward because of Assassin's Trophy. Right, the Vintage is starting. I'll wait to make a move a little later. Hopefully they just like start to go off so I can F6 and I can just focus on the Vintage. Right. I shouldn't just go get Chasm now, but I should wait till they like actually go to kill me. Shepherd. Let's see if they natural order here. Can they kill me? Maybe. Probably can, so probably I just have to get Chasm. If I get Chasm right now, then I'll have to hit at least one more land drop. I'll get to keep one land hanging around, so I'll probably just keep the Glimmerpost. Just give me more possible mana later. That sucks. I really want to crack this, but I can't if they... Hey, how's it going, Jacob? It's good to see you. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning so far. Really sucks not being able to crack that map, but I don't want to just die to Crater Hoof here. So I apologize, Jacob, but I had to double queue this morning. I purchased entry to the Vintage tournament, And I really only did it just to get like the god account that came with it. But I figure I might as well like at least play in the tournament I paid for. Even though I like really don't care about vintage. I've been pretty good. Just moved into my new apartment like a month ago. It's been pretty nice. Been streaming pretty much every weekend. There it is. Alright, I need to just hit lands now from here on out. Make a move over here. And yes, you're seeing this correctly. I'm just playing this same deck in Vintage. Because why not? I'm sure this is going to go super poorly. Alright, it's good. It's a land. Damn. Should probably just get a forest next, just to fire this off. And I want to get the excavator eventually. Come on. I feel like if we're gonna beat any deck in Vintage, it might be like the their fair blue decks, their version of that. I don't know, there's 9 rounds. I think we can maybe win like 2 or 3 rounds in Vintage. Land I needed. Like an F6. Dreaded Arcanists. I get to use top in this format, which I'm excited to at least try out. Let's see how rusty I am with top activations. Have you been paying attention to Magic or Legacy at all, Jacob? It's just like lots of blue-green like everywhere. activate this now. Yeah, definitely, man. It's been a really long time. Let's do this now. Oh, fuck. It's gonna... Alright, this puts back on top. The first card clicked will be the last card drawn. God damn it. This will still be fine. Glimmerpost. Just do this now so I can F6. Yeah, if you had to choose between having a Tabernacle or a Candelabra, definitely go with Tabernacle. It's a lot more, going to be a lot more useful for your deck. I'm not even running a Candelabra at the moment. Monastery Mentor. Even Candelabra, or even Tabernacle is not, like, super important for the deck. But, yeah, just being a land that you can search up with just makes it, like, way better just by default. Plus you can use it in, like, other decks, too. I think it went down for a little while, and then it looked like it was, like, kind of bumped up again. Yeah, it's definitely the most expensive legacy card, right? Damn it. I F6 this. At least there's, like, hundreds of people in the Vintage tournament. So that one will probably give us some time. My blocker. I miss this card so much. Go get Cavern, get this prime time. Get a Green Sun next turn. Damn it. That's good. Alright, this one should be in the bag then. game one at least. Just get Eye of Ugin plus Glacial Chasm here. Just be super safe. Chasm. If you find a Locust land with this top, we'll have our 20 mana next turn. No. God. Let Karakas out from the graveyard. Our greatest enemy is definitely the clock. Not one, but two Tabernacles. I'm gonna flex on him. Yeah, I kind of last minute decided I don't like care about vintage at all. So yeah. The thought was that I'll probably just like scrub out pretty quickly. I can just focus on the legacy that I care about the most. Plus I've always wanted to know like how would 12 post do in the vintage format? Had to undo yields there. This guy might have stolen my top. of course. I'm still gonna keep it. Yeah, I was thinking, like, Doomsday and, like, super fast combo are gonna be awful. Definitely, like, the shops that have, like, 4 Ghost Cores. Maybe we could beat Dredge, though. And I feel like I could maybe beat these, like, fair blue decks. Like, this is exactly the kind of match we want to see. Damn it. I almost want to just do this now, so I can just F6. Oh, nice, Jiv. Yeah, you'll be happy he got up for it once it gets rolling, I think. Yeah, let's look at my 2 Tabernacles opponent. Ooh. That's a good draw. Tabernacle is the great equalizer for taking up time. They only have 22 cards left in library. Like, if I could get just like an Ulamog swing off, or kill him that way. Yeah. Yeah, the scariest thing is definitely Trophy for this Elves matchup. God. When I was playing against Mike on Elves, Jim, he like threw in like a Thoughtseize like right in the middle of a bunch of spells to try and get me. That was pretty funny. Make it me unable to F6 safely. Oh, yeah, I should just do that. Yeah, let me do the yield on that. It's the thing that cost me yesterday. Get to my Emrakul. I'm just gonna get rid of the chasm too. I mean, I gotta attack him now. On Karakas. Fuck. I want the crop rotation, so. Let's see if I can get the our Shepherd. I took Shepherd out, I forgot. It's in the sideboard in this vintage list. Oh, well, this is fine. Always yields. It's a little bit scary, this spot. I guess Bog. I should probably just make my land drop too. Is this? Oh, dig through time. I guess I can fire off the crop rotation at least. Let's attack first. Like, we'll definitely die on the crackback, so I need to make something happen right now. 28 life, it's kind of a lot. Guessing this is going to get countered. Oh, okay, that's good. Okay. That's game one. I can already tell how this is gonna go. Just all the blue stuff. This, probably this. Maybe I don't need Needle, really. Just like Dak is the only thing. And there's probably Oko in there. least we have the win conditions right here. Just submit now. I'll try it. I don't know how typical like Wasteland is in Vintage. I don't think it's like as common as Legacy, but I know it's definitely around. It's more common. That makes sense. I bet Oko is probably just as common too. Shattering Spree. Oh yeah, I know about Strip Mine too. I wanna... Nah. They sort of Shattering Spree. Just try and ramp. There's really no time to waste. Yeah, especially that the Golos ones, they have like 4 Ghost Quarters. That'll definitely be like the worst matchup we can possibly face. Oh, good thing I didn't just like F6 here. I feel like they're gonna go for a hoof. How'd your first round go, Jim? I think I'm just gonna crop rotation for Chasm, just to save time. I really want them to just like pull the trigger first, but the time's probably more important. I definitely should have cast that too. God damn it. This is what double queuing does to you. Nice. I'm always happy when somebody beats Rug Delver. There it is. 2 blue cards? That's surprising. I thought you were always one of the, like, always blue people. Should I say Oko? I didn't see green, but I'll say Dak, actually. At least we know they have that. There's a Tabernacle out there. Just want them to... I want to keep them off of Assassin's Trophy any way possible. Or as long as possible. I just want to be able to F6 mostly too. Man, I'm trying to guess what the 2 blue cards would be. Mindbreak Trap, I think. I'm running exactly 2 blue cards as well. That's always my 2. I wish I had just cast this once upon a time like a regular person. Okay, F6. Shepherd, I think. I guess there's Cavern there. God. Definitely not playing this like super well. The vintage one, at least. This we just have to dodge Assassin's Trophy. What that's about. Then next turn, I'll at least be able to hold up our second Vesuva to copy at least like a chasm, a single chasm at least, a single Assassin's Trophy. Have no blockers. I should probably just try and kill this now. I think I would have taken that Cavern of Souls, now that I think about it. I'll just fire this off now too. That's what we win with at some point. I think we'll be good now for this game. We just need to dodge two trophies. Oh, we just died to monks. They did like 28 damage. Alright, this game I just need to not fuck up, and we'll be good. I'll just pay the 6 life because I want to trade this chasm for another land. Gives me just enough mana to search up Karakas also. Just won't play it yet in case they have trophy. Alright. Let's play a 5-minute vintage game then after this. Alright, they conceded then. This is the kind of hand we want if we want to win quick. Time walk, I bet. Huh. The worst would be a Monastery Mentor right here. God, okay. Probably just gonna play Glimmerpost. I don't know if I could risk Cloudpost. I think it's just gonna be way too slow though. Maybe I have to take that risk, though. No, there's no way I can go, like, 2 more turns. Yeah, I need to find, like, Glacial Chasm or something. I probably aren't going to do that, even. Yeah, I think I just have to, like, hope they don't have, like, enough prowess triggers. So don't see where I go, just playing a Glimmerpost there. Probably just die this turn, but... yeah, I don't even think Glimmerpost would have saved this. Damn. 12 Post is 0-1 in Vintage. Mr. Legacy is the one I care most about. At least for up there. Hopefully we get some time off now. Let's see where the Vintage is at. Not really. It's good to see. I'm gonna say Ether Vial here. Like, normally I would just say Wasteland against D&T, but I'm pretty well prepared against Wasteland. Plenty of land, crop rotation. You can also lure them into stuff like that too. Alright, I'm going to play this Glimmerpost just to make their most efficient use of my mana. I want to try and find a prime time with Once Upon a Time. And then we'll go from there. No. I'll take Excavator. Just do this all now. That's good. Maybe I say Wasteland now at this point. I think I can handle most things they could throw at me here. I'd rather just protect my mana base here. 4. What do I want at Ulamog? Kind of thinking Vile. Maybe Karakas too. Vile and at least like a land. Hey Master C, how's it going? I know I swore I would never do this, but I am double queuing today. I want to play out the vintage tournament that I paid my entry for. Yeah, I'm just focused on trying to play as quickly as possible. We're 1-0 in Legacy and then 0-1 in Vintage. Yeah, I said that. Said a lot of things. Play this Excavator. Yeah. Get our Thespian stage back. I'm gonna do this right now, actually. Just to save time. Yeah. I'm also playing it in Vintage. I don't even really care about the Vintage event. Just wanted to... I mostly got my entry for it to have like the God account and just play whatever I want in Legacy. But yeah, we're gonna try and break the format. 12 posts in Vintage. We almost got there the first round too. If there's 9 rounds, like how many rounds do you think we could win? 2, maybe 3? I mean, we're gonna like suffer against like the Golos shops or just any fast combo. But I think we might be able to beat like Dredge. They probably wanted me to kill their Thalia. It's like in swords. That's fine still. Oh yeah, Sword of Fire, nice. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll be fine though. Did they concede? Oh. Oh, it was the other thing. Now they conceded. Shit, Jim. I'll have to ask you later what you're on. You can pull it out though. Sometimes happens in Legacy. I have beaten Doomsday before. running a second Tabernacle in the flex spot this time. In the spirit of vintage, play a more expensive version of the deck. I guess it's 2 expedition maps. The misclicking. Maybe this crop rotation will be worth it. And you never turn down a hand that has Black Lotus. If I need to, I can crop rot my Cloudpost away. I mean, I guess the Bog is in hand, and that'd be the most likely thing to crop for. At least we're getting some good matchups in the Legacy here. Uh-oh. One of our worst matchups, most likely. Thorn, okay. I don't really care about that. Ooh. I don't think I have quite enough. Let's see, 4 mana. Oh, I do. You know what I'm thinking? I guess we can wait till their turn and make sure they don't play Karakas out. Let's just double check. Oh, this can block it too. But I still like the idea of having that a 20/20 out on board. Yeah, let's just make sure they don't like play Karakas here. I think I have to mull this against D&T. It's not enough lands. These 2 are good. I might be willing to try this. Just because, especially since Tabernacle is so important. Even Karakas has a lot of value. Shit. It's always a scary time when they start glimpsing. Alright, let's do this now. Damn. Wish I had take that. Come on, no Karakas, 1 turn. I guess it's their Ravager there. This is definitely better for us in this spot, I believe. And what should I do with this Pithing Needle? Could say Ravager. Probably just Ravager. And they might have like a random Karakas in deck. If they draw their Karn, could be a danger. It's a terrible draw. It's pretty scary. Alright, well, I'm just gonna name Ravager now. They have no cards in hand. This will make them sack. Let's see, I'm not gonna die, right? 8, 9, 10. Guess I need to just dodge, like, enough artifacts. I could blind flip top and hope to hit like a blocker. It's probably not worth it though. Let's just try and find it, a blocker. I mean, it's probably just going to be up to this next turn, one way or another. Okay. Find a better land at least. Decisions. What land do I least care about? I think I want the Tabernacle to stick around, so I shouldn't throw that out. But if they want to keep both of these, then they'll have to... Yeah, let's put it out there now. This way it'll survive unless they get rid of one of these creatures. Alright, Ravager Shops. This, and these. Maybe Shepherd, if they draw their own Chalice, but probably not. I like Mindbreak Traps too, I think that'd be worth having. But they might bring their Null Rods in too, since they saw top. I don't know. Let's do 61. We're playing this deck in Vintage anyway, so it's going with 61 cards really going to do. I'll keep this. It's really good. I wish we brought that Shepherd in. And I'll play out this Ballista next turn. Just waiting for enough mana to at least make it a 2/2. This is kind of like exactly as I thought this might go. It's pretty brutal. Maybe take like another hit, 2 more hits from that Ravager. Try and get Maze of Ith. Maybe they'll struggle with that. Or just Glacial Chasm on it too. Yeah, let's play this Ballista out. Hopefully it's not Walking Ballista. Oh shit. 9, 10, 11, 13. Alright, might have to jump now. 6, 11, 12. I guess not. That's good. should focus more on the D&T, because I don't think the Ravager matchup's gonna go all that long. We got like 17 minutes still anyway. Like one way or another. Walking Ballista, it's riding in its car. I was thinking I could like crop rotation to grow this Reclaimer if they go and try and kill the Reclaimer, which might be worth doing. And just keep the forest around. Yeah, I can tap this better then. Let's actually use the forest we're going to sack. Oh yeah, makes sense. Alright, now we're just dead. You're probably just dead either way then. Alright, let's focus on D&T. I do feel good about this matchup right now. If we redraw like a second green card next turn, I'd like to get rid of this file. If they don't play a third land, part of me is like tempted to just let them keep the Thalia around. Just to keep them off Cataclysm. But I think they don't have much else going on. So let's do that. Make them use their, yeah. Just in case they have Revoker. Let's do this. Nice. Alright, I just want to kill that ASAP. What? We're close to a 10 mana creature. You know, I think I'm going to let them keep Thalia here. I'm just going to hit their lands with this Ulamog. And my Karakas can protect my Ulamog. Basically, I've never felt better in like a certain situation as much as I feel right now. Like, I don't know what we lose to. Let's see what their hand is here at least. That's a mole. Just gain more life, I guess. This doesn't even matter. It's already a locust land. Let's take a look at their deck. And this. Alright. I think I have to mold this. Not enough lands, plus I think Force of Vigor is something potentially very good. Yeah, I'll try this. Alright. Maybe the Mindbreak Trap I can put back. Like the Ballista could answer like a Ravager or something. But I need to keep a green card for sure. Need lands now. I should update the title. Kind of want to force whatever they cast here. It's probably worth killing 2 artifacts. Or mostly just to slow them down. Yeah, definitely. I'll keep the Reclaimer around in case this gets wastelanded. Kind of want their ancient tomb. Yeah, let's do that. That's annoying. Alright, Dark Depths off the top. That's our out. Can wait on that a little bit. Alright, definitely gonna play this out then next turn. I don't even want to play this out just yet. Maybe I just keep Chasm going as long as possible in hopes of, like, finding Dark Depths. I feel like that's the most possible way we could win this year. I'll have to get rid of that Ballista at some point too. Like a Force of Vigor, please. Alright, Legacy round's gonna start in a second, so... Again, sorry everyone about the double queuing. Just needed to At least play in the vintage. So I paid for it. Let's do this now. Just play another tomb, I guess. Thespian Sage, probably. Ooh, Elf Kid's at the top. We can do better. Yeah, this is better. I guess Karakas. They're still naming something with Needle. Maybe they're playing in the same thing as we are. Thespian Stage. It's probably our same deck. Mirror match. That'd be crazy. That sucks. I guess I'll just take Shepherd then. Yeah, they named Thespian Sage and Ancient Tomb. That makes sense. I guess this could still possibly be Depths as well. I think I'm just playing out spells this turn. See if they go get their own Cloudpost. If they do, I can Vesuva next turn. It's possible I might just want to try and like aggro them out this game. It might be like a worthwhile thing to try here. From this spot at least. Let's see what they search up, though. Should be pretty telling. Yep, it's a mirror match. Interesting. Alright. Hopefully, I'll probably play until I lose one more round in Vintage. But we definitely care about this even less now. Just need to focus on the Legacy. If they get Green Sun for prime time here, we probably just lose then. They're winning the arms race at the moment. Especially if they like Ulamog here. Just very fucked. Hey, good game, Reborn. You might have been surprised to see Cloudpost in Vintage. Which, I kind of just last minute decided to do that. Didn't really... I'm just basically playing in the Vintage, just because I paid the entry, and I really just wanted the access to all the cards. But it was fun, though. I like Ravager Shops a lot, myself. It's the deck I own in paper for Vintage. Yeah, I kind of just like last minute decided it. I couldn't decide if I wanted to play Ravager Shops or Golos Shops. So I said, fuck it, just play the usual and see how it fares in Vintage. Yeah, there was one good game at least. That first one made it interesting. Yeah, hold on. Oh, the 12 post list? Yeah, I can show you. Just, let me see how this goes. We can get enough mana here. It's a lot of Cloudposts. I'm gonna trade this Cavern for one of my own. Maybe 7 of them out there. 8. Oh, this might be good. This might be really good. Alright, that's 17 mana, so we can search up and cast Ulamog right here. When I Ulamog, I should hit... It's Primetime Eye, I guess. Makes the most sense. I was hoping... I guess I can't get greedy at this point, but if I had one more mana, I might consider Needling Eye. And just try and taking them off as much mana as possible. Oh, Expedition Map. Alright. I guess that simplifies what we're going to be doing. No, it's something much more predictable, Matt. Alright, I fucked up here then. We'll definitely say I here. I should have gotten the Eye of my own. I guess I wouldn't have enough mana to search up then at that point. But I could have searched for something and then needled Eye after that. Oh well. Not a dredge, man. Alright, we just got to dodge gigantic stuff now. You should name Karakas also. If I'm planning to go the Dark Depths route. I was just playing this deck, essentially. Not essentially, pretty much exactly, just with, like, Divining Tops. But with a Black Lotus, a Mox Emerald, and, yeah, Tops. It's won about as well as you'd expect. 0-2. I should update that. But we are doing well in Legacy. Oh, I've been so happy with the matchups too. Like, I just, like, I'm happy that we haven't played against Oko yet. Like, 3 rounds in, it's, like, super surprising. Should probably just activate the Reclaimers now. Get them to be 3/4s at least. I could get Stage and Depths, and I mean, they have to see it coming with this Karakas. I could also get a second Forest and maybe try and aggro them with Shepherds, but I should just get these bigger right now. Yeah, I don't think the Forest is actually worth getting. Just threaten this on board. I don't really want to get rid of these Cloudposts either. There's also their own stage they could play. Yeah. I could just pay 30 mana into this. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. It's going to take a while to take down that life total, but I guess it could be worse. This is the most ridiculous mirror match if you've never seen it before. Alright, that makes sense. Need another needle now. Yeah, could go with dinosaurs. Could pay 30 for Dark Depths. I mean, they're thinking the same thing too. Oh, they're just doing it now. Took our idea. And they have a maze too. Alright, I think we're dead. It's just Ulamog or basically an Eldrazi or bust now. How's it going, Dan? I guess I could get Glacial Chasm and try and keep this going a little longer. Your browns aren't doing too bad. I feel like it's probably a pretty nice time for that. Yeah, I saw. They're gonna maze their own thing here, huh? I don't even have the mana anyway. Just have to get a Glacial Chasm. Let's do it right now. I think I'm probably just better served with a forest. If you draw like Once Upon a Time. Probably forest and... yeah, I'll get rid of one of these Cloudposts, I guess. Have all the mana we need. It's the, what's up, Jason? It's always the, worst dilemma in fantasy. Like, unless it was, like, in the finals of fantasy, I would probably just, always root for my Cardinals, though. Can't root against them. They're gonna Golos themselves. Jeez. They're thinning their deck so much, too, after all this. Ulamog. Another prime time. My Karakas Pithing Needle might have, like, screwed over a potential infinite Emrakul loop, if it comes to that, on my side. Okay, something. Man. I kind of am interested in Rec Sage at some point to use Eye. I only have one Rec Sage though, and I kind of need it for this as well, if I'm ever going to win this. I guess I should just get a prime time still, and get like the pieces set up, if it comes to that. Let's get like Eye of Ugin. Karakas, I guess, is probably the most useful thing here. Yeah, I was considering Glimmerpost too. I could always, like, cycle, like, sack a forest, get a Glimmerpost, and then get another forest after that, if I want a little bit more life. Because I'll go to 6. Yeah, I should need to get one Glimmerpost at some point in the next couple turns. Within the next turn. And we just need to draw into our Ulamog, too. Oh, shit. They found the Rec Sage. gonna get the eye then, yeah. Alright. And losing that is like still just way more fun than playing against Oko every other round. I gotta say, it's like, it's been interesting on this in this event so far. Definitely want the forces, and that's probably it. Ballista could pick off like a Reclaimer potentially. Yeah, I'm gonna cut Glimmerpost too. It's not really worth it. I'll just play one more round of the Vintage, or until I get one more loss there. But that's not a priority at all. In Fantasy, I'm pretty much like, my team is mostly the Chiefs. It's like Patrick Mahomes, Sammy Watkins is on there, and that guy with like the double last name, Clyde Hare or something. You guys know what I'm talking about, probably. Definitely hasn't been bad. Yeah, I'll keep the sand based off Reclaimer. Yeah, he's been doing awesome. I didn't know who he was when the draft happened, but I take the prime time, I think. Yeah. But yeah, he turned out well. You did see it. That's our flex spot today, a second Tabernacle. In the spirit of Vintage. Want to play another expensive card. It sucks. Like, luckily that their prioritizing system in those programs is usually pretty good. It was a little awkward there, deciding what land to play. But if I get Cloudpost here, I can make this a 2/2 Ballista next turn, and just deal with their Reclaimer. It's probably going to be worth doing. And they're going to get a Cloudpost out of it, though, but what can you do? Yeah, I think I could potentially win off the back of this Reclaimer staying around. So I think I should just try and answer it with this Ballista. I mean, that is the point of Ballista being in this matchup here. I can play out the second one of these too. Alright, hold up. I miscounted something. Now let's just play out this too. I'll wait for them to make a move too, in case they have like crop rotation to get this thing bigger. Okay, do this now. This is also very good to have in hand, by the way. Cloudpost, I bet. Thank you, Nishaya, for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the legacy content and the very poor vintage content as well. Glimmerpost is just like really bad in the mirror match. Like it's fine just getting that like last single mana at the like when you're gonna cast something big, but I don't like it potentially making their Cloudpost better. Agreed, Nishaya. There's a lot of things I like about vintage. Like it's my second favorite format, definitely. But it has nothing on legacy. Like I could play legacy all day and just never get bored. Yeah, I know, Dan. I said I would never double queue. It's just I wanted to play like the other deck. I wanted the access to any card I wanted. I was basically just paying for that pass. And this was the last vintage tournament, so I was like, might as well just play in it then. And get my money out of it. Come on, Forest. Damn. Four for 6. Let's take the Forest at least. Hopefully they don't do something too gigantic next turn that we can't deal with. I could get rid of this Glimmerpost and at least take them off of potentially Ulamogging. But I guess I can just wait. If they do Ulamog, I'll just sack whatever they target then. Like this Eye of Ugin being in hand is like helpful for that kind of a spot if that happens. I probably don't even need to cast this prime time. Probably just go straight to Ulamog next turn if they don't do something devastating right now. 9 mana, shit. Looks like a green sun for prime time, yeah. We're okay with this so far. Alright. Use these now. get our own Cloudpost now. I'm just going for Ulamog next turn. Or no, yeah, what am I thinking? We're at Emrakul mana. Pretty basic. That's excellent. I don't know why I forgot that we had like 2 extra Cloudposts, or we had 2 more Cloudposts coming at that point. Cool. Alright. Just finish this, get our last loss here. Let's see what they're on, at least. I think I'll probably just concede the vintage. Kind of over having to pay attention to this. We did have a matchup where 2 Tabernacles was relevant. Actually, both the first 2 matches are decent. Let's at least show the opponent that we're playing this VS. Hey, how's it going, Leviathan? Nah, no oof. Definitely should have put that in for this vintage one. Like super good vintage. I just kind of last minute decided to even play this in vintage at all. Never really paid attention to that format. Could get our Cloudpost if they play one first, but get a better 6. This might be worth it. I like Stage a lot in the mirror. How's it going, Elf Kid? We're doing 2-0 in the Legacy, so it's going well so far. I'm going to put the prime time back. So if I go quick, I'm not going to have the double green to go with that. Nice, man. You're looking to repeat like last week. That's good. See if I can find like a Cloudpost here. It's a Cloudpost. I'll take this actually. Is it something at least as sneaky? Something as Wait, Jim, if you don't want to share it here, that's fine. Like, I don't know what you're on exactly. I want to know this stuff. Oh, D&T. That makes sense. That's a good call. Yeah, I really wish we had a forest at this point. I think the stage is just best to play out, though. Let's see, I guess stage could potentially be a forest of theirs, and if they play another Locust Land, then that's still not enough mana, I guess. This makes the most sense, is what I'm saying. Now what's Rogue Delver? I don't know what they would bring against D&T. Not familiar with those typical matchups. Interesting. I think I'm making this a Cloudpost and just then if we draw a forest, we're golden. That gives us the most potential upside. We could also try and pull something like last game too, where we just get the Eye in hand and try not to bother with prime time. That's a very wacky mirror for sure. Damn. Okay. I could get a forest with this map. And crop rotation is like pretty much the same thing as map at this point, just getting to Eye. Maybe stage is probably the best thing to play out, though. And that way I don't have to give them as much mana right now. And then just use this map immediately. Yeah, I think I like that the most. It just kind of sucks giving them the knowledge that Eye is in hand, because they'll definitely be ready for... Yeah, they'll be ready for it then. I've seen that before, and on Snowlands. It always throws me off when like any non-blue-red Delver deck runs basics. But I have seen like Rug have that before. And I'm just gonna concede this. I don't want this sitting here. Need to focus on the important one here. God, that sucks. I mean, they saw that D&T did so well last weekend. I came prepared for it. Oh god. I think Ulamog were just dead. That's what it looks like. If they don't Ulamog here, we'll get our own Ulamog next turn. Okay, this is good for us so far. If they get one more Locust land, we're just at Emrakul mana. And there's no way they will, like they know about Eye of Ugin in hand. They'll probably get Eye of Ugin and then some non-Locust land, I'm guessing. Alright, well, that was a pointless experiment. 12 post in Vintage. Came close the first round. Oh, they did get a Cloudpost. I think we're good. It's 21 mana, it's Emrakul mana. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected Cataracts. They might have forgot that we found the Eye of Ugin and had it in hand. But, oh, this is a weird mirror match if they've never played it before. Like, makes complete sense. Yeah, I mean, I had miscalculated earlier. Just to our benefit, but even so. Yeah, it's weird. And then, like, it's even bad to, like, have to go through prime time in a mirror match in a lot of spots. Like, right there, it's just like you'd rather just go straight through Eye untapped, if possible. Oh man, it's been a fun challenge so far. Hope everyone else is enjoying. Yeah, what did we play against round one? I know there was a D&T at one point, and then some other non-Oko deck. Yeah, it's been refreshing. It's not having to face Oko every round. You playing in any of this stuff, Leviathan? Yeah, for the most part, it's a good meta for post. Like, definitely the Snowco decks. But on the other hand, like, Rug Delver having Oko is a pretty, it's a very good threat for that deck against us. Okay, gotcha. Modern. Don't you wish you could be playing Legacy though? Like, it's going from like the best format to. I can see like some of the charm of Modern, I guess. I didn't have much fun playing it the little bit that I did. Titans in every format. Yeah, isn't Reclaimer gets played in Modern now, right? I haven't kept up with that format really at all. For the, it's basically like the Amulet Titan deck, isn't it? Yeah, it's true. Well, like, Tron is just, like, boring. It's, like, Tron in Modern is definitely better than this post deck is in Legacy. Like, performance-wise, at least, but... yeah, I guess that was, like, the most, the worst deck I could have chosen. Yeah, Flagstones. That makes sense. I only played it just to, like, try and, like, cheese wins without having to, like, know anything about the format. It actually, like, did pretty well to that end. I day-two'd one of the 2 Modern GPs I played in. And it's, like, night and day, like, people's, like, reaction to that deck versus this one. Like, when I play this deck in person, like, people pretty much never get salty if they lose. But Tron, it's just, like, they hate your guts when you play against them. Yeah, I'd be down. That'd be cool. I couldn't offer much help as far as, like, strategy playing in Modern, but it'd be cool to, like, see that deck being played there. Yeah, I think I heard that, Jim. I think, like, at some point someone said D&T's really good in Modern now, too. Skycleave, or whatever, probably, like, pushed that deck up there, too. I'm gonna see what Winds of Abandon does. It's a slash card, or... oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember that card. I'll be right back, everyone. I'm just going to use the restroom for this next round. Oh, good luck, Alfred. There's got to be something more recent. In like 3 years. I'll try this. Emrakul is the only bad card in this hand. Everything else is pretty good. So 3 games into this event, and we haven't faced an Oko yet. How long do you think that streak is going to keep going? Oh boy. At least we won't play against Oko. It's this though. Okay, we're dead. Let's see their pile at least. Get some info. Yeah, 3-1. It was a good run. In order to win this, like, everything has to go, like, exactly right. And they still have to, like, mess up. Matt, are you watching this? Your, Doomsday is gonna kill us. There's just no good, like, single good answer to this deck from us. I think the plan should just be to try and pressure their life total as well as possible. And maybe have, like, try and get, like, a hate piece in hand to hold them at bay. They always have answers for stuff like Torpor Orb. Like, they'll just put, like, an Abrupt Decay or an Abrade in their pile. All those hate pieces always have the same weaknesses. Yeah, shuffle their pile. And then, like, Mindbreak Trap can be, like, a hurdle for them. Maybe just, like, make them fear that we have something at best. Okay, what can we learn from seeing this pile? Personal tutor. Multiple personal tutor. That's interesting. I guess they always have days, but it's no for sure now. I'm not going to play anything out, so it's just, until they, like, Thoughtseize or something. It's possible they've never seen the name before. Oh, I have to discard something now. Forest, I guess, is the least telling card. Yeah, Warping Whale is an option at least, like something to attempt. I've never been a fan of Warping Whale myself. I guess it would be like the most meaningful card we have like access to. I guess I just want to see what like their 2-mana. I don't even need to do that. Whether they run Predict or the that Kamigawa one. Well then. I discarded the snow-covered forest. Maybe they'll think we're like Snowco. And Force of Vigor isn't even like all that good. It's just something. It's probably better than a lot of the stuff we have. Oh, they had an island. Oh yeah, that's smart. Just like make the library smaller. It's a cool deck. I do like the Doomsday deck. Yeah, agreed. It's like a puzzle every game. think I'm just chopping all the big stuff entirely. Probably don't need Eye. I mean, I could just search up the Ballista if it gets to that point. Excavator can come out. It seems like it would take a lot of practice. I mean, I could think of like piles off the top of my head, but you know you're against people that are like experts of their own deck that know how to like play against you. Now, Force of Vigor is like, I was thinking maybe they play out like an LED or something and pass the turn. Maybe you don't need 4 of them actually, just 2. Yeah, I like that better. Yeah, it's like we only have it in there just to like hope to hit something. And that's mostly just because like everything else is like not good enough. Like this, like, yes, hand does nothing. I don't really like this hand either. I mean, I guess we have a Crop Rat to try and get to Dark Depths later. I still think we could do better though. Like Reclaimer. These hands suck. Alright, we're probably not even gonna win a game here. It's the best one by far. Alright, Reclaimer, Trap, and then 2 lands. I guess just the 2 forests. That'll let me activate Reclaimer second turn. Watch, we're just gonna get like Thought Seized immediately. If I was gonna draw a bad hand, rather it just be this matchup that we're likely to lose anyway. Save the better hands for games that are more possible to win. So like since they cycled that, I could like potentially get a Bojuka Bog and take that from them when they decide to combo off. Like it's not great, but it's something. I probably will actually. I should probably play this out first. Just get more pressure out. I think chipping away at the life total is probably the best thing I could possibly be doing. That sucks. Yeah, it's probably just playing this stuff out is still better than like bogging them off their Street Wraith. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Cardboard Live is updated. I think it should be. Like, I updated it on the website. Oh shit, here comes the Doomsday next turn. Maybe we draw like a surgical here. Interesting. Maybe I get Bog here, or once they go to Doomsday, and take them off their Street Wraith. And then, like, play this next turn, naming... Because they did 2 Street Wraiths last game, right? I can't remember exactly. I guess they usually run, like, 2 of them. Yeah, we should Needle Dilitzer, you're right. Because that would force them to shuffle or lose a mana. Definitely. Let's see what they do here. But if they do somehow deal with this... Okay. Let's just attack them then. Yeah, it's definitely a good spot to Needle there. Yeah, I was thinking that's really the reason for even keeping Needles in here. Just take them off the Cyclers. I would prefer to take them off of Edge of Autumn if that had resolved. Just since they'd be forced to pay their life total with Street Wraith. But yeah, it doesn't matter now. Like, we'll be lucky if we don't tie this turn. Let's see, we'll go to 6. If I could grow this Reclaimer, like if we drew a crop rotation, yeah, it wouldn't quite be enough. I'll at least put them to 4. And if we draw like a Needle, name Edge of Autumn, maybe. They don't have enough life. And that's, yeah, even if we just, like, don't die right here. Just probably, like, LED now. Aww. Then Lotus Petal, yeah. Just as we expected. But, you know, the important thing is, like, having a plan, at least, to attempt to go for. At least we had, like, stuff to work for there. We've had worse matchups against Doomsday. And quite honestly, like, I'd rather lose to this than, like, Rug Delver or any Oko deck. Like, I prefer just, like, trying to figure something different out than playing against that BS. But yeah, we just have to work with what we have for shitty matchups like that. We're still in a good spot. So hopefully everyone's been enjoying the stream so far. If you're all having a good Sunday. The one flex spot that is always being changed every day pretty much in the list. Just trying like something different almost every day. We're running a second Tabernacle. There it is. So yeah, this is for online play only, unless you know someone that can loan you out 2 tabernacles. But yeah, whatever goes in this last like 75th card slot, I'm not sure yet. Just trying different things. Nothing else has really like screamed at me like that's like the best thing to have there. I mean, there was like a Veil of Summer there last week. Let me drop from this vintage. Drop. It's early in the round, so I'm gonna take care of some business around here, get some work done. Definitely stick around and come back for the 5th round. Probably be in about like 30 minutes or so. And the 2 rounds that are still going, it's like 2 buddies. So, as far as my streaming schedule, I'll finish up this challenge today. That'll be enough for today. And then tomorrow I'll stream a league, maybe 2, if it goes quick enough. I can play whatever I want, just because I joined the vintage thing. So I think tomorrow I'm going to try a colorless version of Post. I've never played it before. I know a lot of people have been like asked over time if I've ever played what I thought about this kind of version. So yeah, hope everyone tunes in tomorrow if you're able to. We'll hopefully get to see some of the differences of this build versus the green one that we're used to seeing. I mean, in my opinion, I love the green version way more. Like, this one is... this is like essentially a stompy deck, which is awesome in its own right, but... Oh, nice, Jim. Yeah, you were, almost went to time there. What did you play against? Nice. Fight the good fight. Beat Oko decks. That deck has a lot of, like, triggers and stuff, too. Like, Uro attacking and everything. I lost that deck yesterday. It's frustrating. Need to not time out. Like, if I had, like, 10 more seconds, I probably would have won. Is D&T... Is it big and modern now because of that, the new 3-mana creature, too? I imagine that's, like, Skycleave or whatever is the reason the deck has had a comeback. It's pretty good against us. Like, it's not really enough to swing the matchup in their favor, but... And definitely... I guess it improved D&T across the board. Hitting something that's like CMC4 or less is... Like, it seems like they finally stepped out and above, like, 3 mana by making that card. I mean, I guess that Fatal Push was 4 or less, but... Yeah, you don't see, like, just something straight CMC4 or less cards like that. And it just never comes back either. Just annoying. Skyclave Apparition. It's a core, too. You don't see cores all that often, but the few that there are pretty important. Ah, damn, Elf Kid didn't get there. We're still in 7th place, even though we lost the last round. And it's been a fun challenge so far, fun stream. Played against different opponents every round. Elves, D&T, Green 12 Post, and then Doomsday. Which is like way more than I can say of the last couple weeks I've been playing. Like last week, just all the events. Even though I did well in them, I just like wasn't really having fun playing against Oko every single round. How did you win versus Elves? I have a pretty good matchup against them. Just one card, Glacial Chasm. And I can't really answer that. Yeah, generally I'm pretty happy to see elves. Like, of all the decks I could possibly face, it would be one of them that I would be okay playing against. And D&T, of course, is really good for us. Oh, nice. Yeah, I used to always play Show and Tell in 12th Fist. That was like the, that was a long time ago for me. Show and Tell is just like such a nice thing to have access to. Just a way to like win quickly. I got a bad feeling that I feel like we're going to play against an Oko deck. I feel like we've been overdue for one today. Yeah, definitely. That's when I was running Show and Tell. I feel like the card filtering that I'm on now doesn't really work well with Show and Tell. No, definitely Mulligan. Like, Top helped set that up a lot better compared to something like Once Upon a Time. I'll keep this. Put back Emrakul. Chancellor of the Tangle. Oh shit. It's probably some like Oops All Spell deck, huh? Yeah, definitely give it a try. Play this now. Trinisphere? It's like some like stompy deck of green. Color me surprised. I guess it's better than just getting comboed out, though. Yeah, this deck has a ton of replay value to it, in my opinion. It's powerful. It's definitely worth trying out. Yeah, this looks like Sylvan Plug or something like that. I hope this Cloudpost lives a turn. So I think next turn I'm going to play Karakas out. I'll crop rot that for another Cloudpost. I guess that won't even do it, though. No, I might as well play another Forest. Yeah, I need 7 mana. We'll see what we draw. Maybe Once Upon a Time will be better. Okay, there's the Prime Time. Well, in that case, I want to do the Karakas plan. We can cast this next turn. Hey, Mr. Lee. How's it going? Have you been playing in any of this Eternal Weekend stuff? Oh, shit. What did you play in Vintage? Nice. Yeah, that's what I would play if I was being serious about Vintage. But I wasn't. I was playing 12 Fos. Just Prime Time. I just haven't kept up with Vintage at all. I'm just life gain here. It'd probably be best. I think I can just win from there then. Nice. Tinkering for it, I guess. Or no, Metal Worker. Yeah. Ooh, that's spicy. I didn't know Metal Worker got played in Vintage. That's cool though. It makes sense, like, it's all the artifacts. Yeah, I own, like, Workshops and Paper. So I would definitely play, like, a Shops deck. But I couldn't decide if I wanted to play, like, the Ravager list or a Golo list. So I just played this deck in Vintage and quickly lost. Yeah, deck faded. It's a big thing in Vintage. Take your mana, your threats. And I love Workshops, but there's a lot of hate for that deck. I can block something. I guess I'd rather block. You just kill this now while I have the chance. No, this is gonna kill it. And I see what you did there. Alright, yeah, let's not block now. I know combat math. Mr. Lee, you should play the blue Urza deck. That's like the other deck I've been playing a lot. And that deck's awesome. Like, I love it. Feels like a Vintage deck in a way. Just like dumping your hand and playing Time Twister. I'm just gonna... With the second prime time, the Green Sun 4... I'll get Eye and just get a ton of life now. Yeah, it's a good break from 12 posts. Attack Eric. It's a good like other deck to have around. Yeah, let's get Eye Cloud. No, let's just get more life gain. Glimmerpost Eye. And then the second prime time, we'll just get more life gain. Yeah, we lost to Doomsday though, which isn't surprising. I've had a good gauntlet of opponents so far. It's been Elves, D&T, a mirror match of this, and then Doomsday. And now whatever this is. It's been fun. I was getting pretty tired of like Oko decks last weekend. But this is like the legacy I've come to love. Yeah, I think it's like, fucking Trinisphere, I hate this card. This makes me nervous. Yeah, it's like, Sylvan Plug or something like that. Like a green Stompy deck, basically. Chancellor of the Tangle. And generally, like, the Stompy matchups get better for us after sideboarding. So if we can pull this first game off, be great. Play this out too. Yeah. This is like the perfect definition of like too many words on a card. It's like they were trying too hard to make this like played. This is actually pretty important in regards to like our deck. Like it makes Glacial Chasm a lot worse. Or not a lot worse, but like something we can't depend on entirely. But yeah, Primeval Titan might as well say like the text of any 2 lands in your deck. If they made Primeval Titan nowadays, it would like draw a card. It would do like maybe have Hexproof or something. Yeah, definitely Leviathan. That's like the one saving grace of that card for us. Like at least we can Karakas bounce it. It just sucks having to potentially have like multiple answers to it. Yeah, I see that too, Leviathan. It's hard to see your name sometimes. Like I can see it fine now, but like when I'm like a viewer of other streams, it's hard to see your name. There's our Karakas down there. Now let's swing. You can play. Let's get more mana. I want that Karakas back. Take that. 10 locusts. Oh yeah, Dan, Zotmaster. Hey, I'm excited. Definitely check out his stream. I'll donate some money too. Between charity and 12 posts. Seems like a good use of money. We're running 2 tabernacles today too. Just because it's a vintage weekend. And we want to make the deck more expensive. I don't even know if I want 2 tabernacles though. Probably, but let's see. I've done 2 tabbies before. I top 8'd a 700 person tournament with 2 tabbies in the board. Look it up if you don't believe me. I see it in vintage a lot though too. Yeah, I have 2 of them in paper. They were $90 each when I bought them. That was like 10 years ago. Definitely got lucky with that. I guess I don't need Bojuka Bog. Yeah, me and another friend were thinking of some sort of like Winter Orb Tabernacle Stacks deck. Which seems pretty miserable if you're like a creature deck. Yeah, you're probably on Delver, right, Jim? That probably would have been around the time when like Grixis Delver was the best deck. Alright, what else am I cutting here? I guess there's not too much needle stuff, really. Like, we didn't see Wasteland yet. That might be a thing, but... yeah, in Vintage, I see, like, a lot of decks run like multiple tabernacles, and like especially in the sideboard. I'll try this. I guess between like shops and dredge, and there's just a lot of creature decks in vintage. Alright, well they definitely have Wasteland now. So we'll have to do something about this. Kind of want to get rid of their Chrome box. Maybe they just won't have anything else to do. I feel like this might be the kind of matchup where they're just like very slow and don't have any threats, and if that's the case, we could just like get there with basic forests. I guess I want Excavator though. I'm gonna hit their Chrome box though. It's kind of a gamble that it'll be like worth it, but maybe we slow them down a ton. I wish there was like a Pithing Needle green creature. Oh God, Karn. Yeah, we definitely shouldn't have taken out the 2 needles. And also playing that Force of Vigor in hindsight. It seems like a mistake now. I should have figured that a Stompy deck would always have Karn. That's definitely an oversight by me. Yeah, they played a Spirit Guide. We also saw Chancellor of the Tangle game 1. So that's a thing that they have. Walking Ballista. If we're lucky at all, they might be short on mana. This isn't that great. Let's see, if I play Tabernacle, I guess I stop them at the moment from playing a 2/2 Walking Ballista. I mean, I won't get to activate Reclaimer. Maybe I need to try and find, like, Reclaimer up for a fetch land. Like, my thought is I want to try and grow this Reclaimer as soon as possible. And then, I could do that by next turn. I don't know. If Tabernacle's not worth it. I mean, it would be better if they play like a 4th Manosaurus. They can kill Reclaimer then. I should probably just play the Tabernacle. I think I need to try and slow them down from playing their Ballista out. Because then if they just play their Ballista and kill my Reclaimer next turn, I can't do anything about that. I don't know, that's just a bad spot in general. At least this way, they'd have to have like another soul land. I bet they're gonna get like coding here. Interesting. The shitty thing about Tabernacle is that, like, I won't be able to activate Reclaimer. Or even cast this for as a 1/1 next turn. It doesn't even matter. They definitely should have waited till my turn to make me pay the Tabernacle. I don't think it's going to matter, though. Let's see if they get their lattice here. I really wonder if they are running Wasteland at all, or not. Like, seeing this would suggest that they are. But usually, like, these Soul Land, from what I like, remember of these kind of decks, they wouldn't usually run Wasteland. An Excavator might be there just to, like get back, like, Acidia Traders or something. We're probably just dead, though. They play their Lattice, and then Lattice can just block forever. Just wanted to see the mana source. Okay. So let's bring those Pithing Needles back in. I guess we don't really need crop rotation for this kind of a match. Yeah, we definitely shouldn't have 2 Tabernacles, at least. And we can probably just cut both of them. Like, maybe, like, that exact spot last game, I think, makes it worthwhile having, like, one of them. I'll bring in a Bog for, like, situational things, too. And I think I'm just going to cut a couple Crop Rots. I don't know, Crop Rot is a way for me to, like, grow the Reclaimer faster than normal. Yeah, Ballista is always, like, so-so against Karn. Just to help, like, pressure it. But maybe it's, like, not even worth it. You don't like Bog? Yeah, maybe... I want to say they probably don't run Wasteland. I feel like they probably couldn't fit it in the deck. We could just cut the Tabernacle also and just run max out on Crop Rots. That's actually gives us more green cards as well. Thank you, First Tribute, for the follow. This is new territory for me. I haven't played against this kind of deck before, really. Yeah, I think I'll keep this. Turn 1 Reclaimer. I think we can get to prime time fast enough too. Maybe a second Reclaimer would be good to find off this. Like, not having one of the Force of Vigors kind of sucks, but just the sand as it is pretty good. I guess I would have liked to have a Force or a Pithing Needle, like our main hate cards. But I think this is acceptable. Cloudpost. What do you think about, with this Reclaimer, searching up the fetch land? Kind of feel like that might be worth doing. Glimmerpost. Yeah, maybe, like, would give us more mana. That's when we go off. That's true. I kind of thinking I want to search up the fetch land, though. I think this thing being a 3/4 is going to be difficult for them to deal with. It's probably worth spending a Reclaimer activation on. That's very scary. Let's see what they go get. Liquid metal coating. Okay. Yeah, let's get the fetch. And if we draw like a crop rotation, we can just kill Karn right here. It's good too. It's more pressure. Just trying to think what I could possibly find Glacial Chasm off Once Upon a Time. But then they couldn't play the second Reclaimer. Yeah, the Reclaimer is... Yeah, let's just play the other Reclaimer. I'm going to hit Karn here and put him to 2 at least. I think that's better than getting another land. That's possible, and maybe I should have got another land, but I just don't feel safe letting Karn stick around. Like, make them pay if they want to wish for something else. It's probably one of their worst lands for them to have out, too. Then this way next turn, one of these can activate, and then the other one can swing at him for 3. Mr. Lee, if you're still watching, I think tomorrow I'm going to try a colorless 12 post. Never played it before. Just to try and mix it up a little bit. Drops in Legacy. And one of my friends played this, you might have seen it. It's kind of like a... What's that Hardened Scales deck in Modern? They played like Gaia's Cradle. I thought it looked pretty cool. I hope this is the only thing that happens. Yeah. Yeah, it was like definitely Glass Cannon. I thought it was cool though. Alright, this is good. Good. There's the chasm. I guess we would have found it too if I had attempted to search for it. Let's look at another Cloudpost. I wanted to make him a 3/4. The only reason. Oh, what? Explaining the obvious for me. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. I guess it probably doesn't matter, but yeah, there's no reason for that. Could just kill this thing now. Maybe it's worth keeping around. Let's see what we find. Yes, just have this in play in hand if they... I don't know, I'm not attacking this turn anyway, so I guess I might as well just have the extra green source, just in case I need to cast this prime time off of, in case anything happens. I feel like we're in a really good spot at this point. That's fine. And with this prime time, I'm definitely going to get Tabernacle as one of the lands. I like just slowing him down from here. Let's see, I could probably get 1 extra mana if I do this. Oh, did we? Yeah, we did. Damn it. Oh, well, we're probably okay still. Let's just try and kill then. Hold on a second. Just trying to maximize the mana here. Won't get to activate a Reclaimer if I don't do it this way. That sucks, Jim. Yeah, D&T Mirror sounds like a miserable thing. As somebody who like would never want to play a fair white deck, I don't even know what you're supposed to do if you're a D&T player against another D&T. It's just like so outside of my wheelhouse. Alright, 4-1. If we win this next one, we're in the top 8. Your limited skills? I have no such thing. I've hardly ever played a limited. Oh, you're talking about my like lack of skills? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much of 12 posts would carry over to D&T. Maybe some like sequencing and stuff. It's definitely a deck I have no interest in trying out, really. Nice, send it over, Mr. Lee. Yeah, I don't know, like, how D&T plays out. I mean, mirror matches must happen pretty, like, often. That just seems like, yeah, like one of those decks, like you either get all the mana, you get flooded, or you just like get no action. White, D&T has no like card draw, which is what I don't like about it. Or just like white decks in general. Not Elf Kid. Yeah, Prelate is cool. Definitely lost games to Prelate. Oh yeah, Jailer. Becoming the Monarch. Did Jailer get replaced by Rick, Steadfast Leader? Competes with that spot, I guess. Yeah, I guess it does have like the tutoring effects. Which is better than card draw in a sense. No offense if people really like D&T or white. I just feel differently about the deck than color. Oh man, now I'm curious. What this like card in this list is. Yeah, most of the D&T lists I've seen like recently, I think they keep 4 Flicker Wisps, right? And usually 3 apparitions. And then I guess wouldn't they normally have like 2 4-drop threats? I feel like it used to be like 1 Jailer maybe at the top of their curve. But I don't know where those lists are at. And sometimes they would run like no 4-drops. Gotcha. And then the 3-drop spot is like always, there's always like so many options for the 3-drops. I don't think I've seen that card, Mr. Lee. But like for the 3-drops, I remember like seeing Mirren Crusader. That was probably like the best one against us. And like way back in the day, like the Mangara, the continuous removal loop. That was actually one of the most dangerous things from D&T against our deck, like way back in the day. That was a long time ago. I remember they used to play like that Sarah Avenger too. I know it's a 2-drop, but that was definitely a thing for a while. What is this card called, Mr. Lee? It's definitely not a card I have off the top of my head. Court of Plenty. Oh, okay, it's brand new then. Horde of Plenty. I'll have to look at the spoilers. I'm always kind of excited when a new commander set comes out, because it usually has legacy cards in those. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's true. Flusterstorm. There's more that I can't think of. But they're always like pretty ridiculous. Yeah, True Name. There you go. That's like the main one. Yeah, all those. I don't remember where Leovold was from exactly. But yeah, definitely Baleful Strix came out in that. I feel like they always put some like pretty interesting cards that like you don't see them too often in Legacy, but I feel like they could potentially be there. Like Chaos Warp and Song of the Dryads. Pretty cool like removal spells. There's that one white like Teferi card too that like makes everything phase out. Check this out. And definitely enjoy a good spicy deck list. Oh, nice. Like the Metalworker. I know Metalworker, it's just like a Forge Master. I like it. I like these artifact decks. I'm a fan. Hopefully there's not too many one drops to go with the Chalice. Like I know like the colorless 12 posts will usually run like maybe like 4 like 2 Manifold Keys or like a couple Candelabras. You could maybe replace the needles with like Spyglass, I was thinking. Yeah, agreed, Jim. Like Metalworker is just so like fragile. I love the card. And I love like the old metal, like the old mud decks. And Lightning Greaves, I was thinking like no joke, could be like a budget card for our list. And it's easy for us to cast. Activating Reclaimers immediately would be a good thing. Basically everything could benefit from having haste in our deck. Yeah, this is the colorless list I'm probably going to play tomorrow. Just pretty typical for colorless 12 first. Try it out for something different. I can have access to like Grim Monoliths and Ancient Tombs. Yeah, just something very stock. I've never actually played a colorless one before, so... And this one type of list is way different than the green list. Like, I basically consider them entirely different decks. Yeah, definitely. So, 3 Vesuva, 1 Thespian Stage. I feel like that's pretty typical. I was just running... I like my decks to have just like a lot of 4-ofs. No, there's a Karakas down here. It was the alphabetical. The K was all the way down here. Yeah, I would always have like 1 Karakas. And I guess like Glacial Chasm is probably not worth having with Golos. Like I don't know. I don't hate the idea of Chasm, but maybe it's not as good compared to Prime Time. Yeah, I feel like you have like a much smaller like critical mass of lands in colorless. Colorless like throws out threats much quicker and much like more reliably than our green one does. But the green one with like 1-drops, like I like the gameplay the green list gives you. Just like way more decision making. Like not to say this doesn't have a lot of decisions every game, but this will be like any stompy deck I feel like, where you're at the mercy of your top deck. But like a Reclaimer version, I feel like I have a lot of control over like the fate of the game. Yeah, Prison. Yeah, I like stompy decks in general, so This will be a good change of pace. Yeah, I saw. I remember you were telling me about that. 4 spears, and then I know like Malfi did pretty well with it too. Oh, that's cool. Stone Coil. Oh shit, the next round. I'm gonna pass on this one. Not enough good early game plays. This is better. I'll put back one of the crop rots. Like, it's not exciting, but it's solid for some spot matchups. I hope everyone checks out the stream tomorrow. I'll play the colorless list then. Ooh, D&T. Looks like it. When I go to play this Pithing Needle, I'm gonna name Ether Vial. But I'm gonna spend my mana this turn cracking map instead of playing Vial just now. Normally I would like pretty much always name Wasteland, but I feel like the crop rod will give me enough action against Wasteland. Oh, Flagstones. This might be like the that list like you were playing before, Mr. Lee, like with Reclaimer. I actually have no idea. I still think I'm just naming Ether Vial though. I feel like this is going to be useful for having the 2 Tabernacles here. The only sequence of events that, well, I'm weak to if I play this Needle out right now is if they go Thalia and then play Wasteland. I think they probably would have played Thalia last turn, though, if they had that. I feel like they probably figure that we don't draw many cards. If I wanted to be super safe, I could just hold off on a turn and playing the Cloudpost. But I think I would just want to start ramping now. Ether Vial. I haven't seen this card in a long time, and I feel like I've seen it like every D&T list has it. Wonder why. Alright, no Wasteland, that's good. Sweet. Alright. I'm gonna go and get another Cloudpost after this. Next turn. This Emrakul will probably just get there. That was a good draw. I guess this is probably just regular D&T, and maybe they have like a single Flagstones. Alright, let's play this crop rotation now. They already made their land drop, so we're safe from Wasteland. I don't know exactly the reason for the flagstones. I think it might just be like the replacement for like a single plains. There's probably some D&T experts that could fill us in. I'm happy we're finally seeing some Death and Taxes. Like, I know like there were like 7 of them in the top 8 last at the big event. But the only D&T I played against was like the very first round. Alright, definitely bring the Tabernacles, the Ballista. And then I've usually just been siding in 2 Force of Vigors just to try and hit random things. Dark Depths, Shepherd. Got a couple maps. Alright, let's go. Win one more game and we're in the top 8. Yeah, the thing we're most worried about from D&T is Cataclysm. And Tabernacle is just very important to delaying that. This is probably the matchup that makes best use of Tabernacle of like any possible opponent. I'm gonna mold this. I mean, I would like a, even if it had like a Pithing Needle or a crop rotation, sand just doesn't do enough for us. There's that crop rotation I was saying, but everything else doesn't seem pretty good. I think we can do better than this too. And it's like the second time the 4-card hand has been the best hand. This is definitely the best one so far. I want to keep the Cloudpost, the Forest, and a Pithing Needle, I think. And I'm probably naming Wasteland no matter what with this Needle. Hopefully we just dodge Ether Vial. That's good at least. And this has been such a refreshing stream to not have played against Oko at all. We played 6 rounds and we haven't played against a single Oko. Cannot complain about that. Yeah, I don't think that's ever happened in the history of Legacy since Oko got printed. What are you playing against, Jim? We're definitely fucked if they Cataclysm next turn. And this screws over Green Sun too. Alright. God, Rooked over. Been happy to dodge that today. Alright, we gotta just top deck something meaningful in time. It's like the best one against us too. Discard this useless green sun. Maybe I should have played the Karakas out there in case they play like a Thalia or something. I don't think it matters. It's all up to next turn's draw step. One more draw. If we don't get cataclysmed. Yeah, live one more turn, I guess. I was thinking back when I played that second forest that I should have just played a Karakas there. But say we like do draw a prime time next turn. It's like this turned out to be correct. Yeah, there's three wastelands there. All that stands between us and getting wastelanded 3 times is this needle. Just in time. If this was in person and back in the old day, they could maybe like miss their tabernacle triggers. That was a mold of 4 though. I feel like made it pretty close despite that. Alright, it's better hand now. D&D is one of those matchups for us where if we just get a good enough hand to start, we should probably just be good. This is not that kind of hand. I like this a lot. What to put back? I don't really hate keeping Emrakul because if it can eventually crop rot, get a Cloudpost, then these stages become Cloudpost as well. And we're not far from just casting this. Probably put the Glimmerpost back. I'm gonna play out the forest. Hopefully they don't play Ether Vial, because I feel like that's their best way of beating us. And then I'll probably try and entice them into wastelanding at some point, so I can crop rot it. No Ether Vial's good. Ooh, that's good too. Play out this Tabernacle next turn. I feel like they probably will drop a creature or do that. Nice. I guess I don't need to play Tabernacle out yet. I want to Rec Sage this when I get the chance. I think I want to clear out this wasteland before I do that, though. Alright, yeah, I'm going to play the Tabernacle out next, then. Nice. Go on. Wasted the Tabernacle. Hopefully they don't have a second wasteland. That's how this all falls apart. Alright. Copy their wasteland, try and get rid of it that way. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Probably wasteland now. Hopefully they tap this then. I'm gonna go for the crop rot this next turn. I can probably just get rid of Tabernacle at this point, but it is keeping them under lock here. Nah, I should probably get rid of this Vesuva. I think Tabernacle is just holding him down well enough. I don't want to get rid of it. Let's see. I guess I could spend this turn playing out Reclaimer and making one of these a Cloudpost. I could gamble and hope that I find like another land via this Once Upon a Time, but I think that's too risky. I've had Once Upon a Times fail in the past. I don't really want to chance that here. Just their mana being tied up is like, just doing so much for us. And they can't even play like put a third creature in because of Tabernacle here. Just do this right now. Guess I could put in like Flicker Wisp here. Alright. I really want to get this Rec Sage down next turn, too. Like, this is the scariest thing at this point. Uh-oh. That's scary. At least it answered two creatures, I guess. Swords. Wasteland. Port. Okay. That's awkward. Really want to hit my land drop. I don't feel like risking this Once Upon a Time. It's going to suck if we don't find it, but I think it's better in the long run if we do. Taking care of, getting rid of this Ether Vial in 3. I mean, we don't know how many, I imagine they're short on lands, because this is the first turn that they played their 3rd land in a while. It's just the only thing that our Tabernacle next turn will then, hurt us because of the Rec Sage. Maybe I'll just get rid of the Sage, actually, if we choose to do that. Yeah, I feel like you're right. I think we should just get rid of this. That'll, give us, a turn of breathing room at least. And if they want to play, one of their 3-mana cards, they have to tap out. Yes, I'd like to use the best part of the card. This actually gives us it's actually helpful just to sack it too. Rather it not get exiled, and we potentially get it again. No. They're gonna tap something and then I'll make this a Cloudpost. Come on, land, please. Alright, that's good. We're close. Tap. Do this now. Excellent. Still have to overcome this port. If I could just get rid of this other Ether Vial, they would have to let up on this port for a turn. Yeah. Alright, I think we just kill their white sources now. And Tabernacle will just make it so they can't have creatures ever. Maybe I should have killed the Vial, but I feel like Tabernacle will handle this spot we're in here. There's our 15th mana. Got the Karakas even. Did it. Thanks, Jake. Hey, nice to see you, Jake. Let's see if we can finally take one of these challenges down. We've come closer and closer every time. Like, I top 8'd it first. The last 2 times we've top 4'd, so maybe this is the time. No, I haven't won a challenge yet. It's been trying to get that monkey off my back now. I think there's been like maybe like 6 top 8s or so in the last few months. I don't usually do as well on the Sunday challenge as I do on the Saturday ones for whatever reason. So this is like nice for a change to do well in this one. And we got fed like really good matchups for the most part. 2 D&Ts, and Elves. There's that one Doomsday was our loss. Yeah, it's usually always more people for the most part. We didn't see any of these other opponents up here, what they were on yet. I think Sylvia Wataru is probably a Rug Delver, if I remember correctly. I mean, I'm not going to base, like, keeping or mulliganing opening hands based on what I think they might play, but Trinico's Elves. Ooh, hopefully we play. I would accept an Elves matchup. Yeah, this is finally, like, a fun challenge, too. I was complaining a lot about the matchups we were being given last week. Just always, like, Snowco, always Oko. This is like the old Legacy that I remember. It's just like a variety of like different opponents. Other than like the 2 D&Ts. Did I? I probably did. I'm just bad with names though. Lands or depths, both of those are winnable at least too. We want to dodge Omni and Doomsday above all else. Yeah, if you don't have a Tabernacle, I would probably just run like a second Walking Ballista in its place. And we just the special for today is 2 Tabernacles in the sideboard. Just to pay tribute to Vintage. In the spirit of Vintage, make the deck as expensive as possible. But yeah, this is something that like I wouldn't expect anyone to be able to do in paper. Or most people at least. All you like need is 1 Tabernacle really. Just always been messing around with this like last spot in the board. Like it was a Veil of Summer last week. Yeah, not sure what I want with this last space in the deck. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad people are like trying this deck out now too. We had a mirror match earlier, and then like people have been mentioning that they're building it too. Yeah, 4 Candle. Let's play 2 Tabernacles and 4 Candelabras. See how pricey you can make it. Yeah, let's just make Cloudpost like the secondary plan. We should just become an Oko deck. Oko with 12 posts as backup. Such a good turnaround from yesterday too. Like yesterday I fucked up and was like pretty tilted, just taking too much time. And like we finished 3-3 yesterday and like 17th place, like just outside of the top 16, obviously. And I feel like that's pretty bad considering how many Snowcos we played against. Yeah, minus the Tabernacle, it's like might be like the cheapest Legacy deck for the most part. Maybe Burn would be cheaper. I mean, we're not running any dual lands, so I don't know how expensive like an Underground Sea is these days. But this is essentially like our dual land set in the deck. Just put all your money towards this one card. Yeah, this like last spot in the sideboard, I think I wanted the card here to answer like fair decks for the most part, like creature decks, and not necessarily blue. Like the Veil of Summer did, like obviously helps with like Delver and stuff, but I was thinking more like something against like goblins and Maverick, if there is like such a card that could fill that role. More Tabernacles has always been like a possibility with like doing that. Yeah, Shepherd's probably the second most expensive card, and then Cavern probably the third. If I did want to fight against blue more, I was thinking like a second Shepherd in the board. Like as I've come to play Shepherd more, I've liked it more and more. And sometimes like matchups will like want to play make a play based off Shepherd, but we'll have already used like our single copy. In those spots, it wouldn't be bad to have like a second one to be able to search up. Grasping Dunes. Yeah, that's better for like lands though that can repeatedly get the dunes back. I wish we could have like Cabal Pit. Like Elves runs that sometimes. Reclaimer Elves. Yeah, we could try Warping Whale, one of those cards. I've just never really been a fan of Warping Whale, personally. Beast Within is cool, but can't say I've ever like tested it. Some of the older like colorless green builds would run like heavier on the Maze of Ith. I remember like they would sometimes run like 3 copies of that. And I think like more answers to like vanilla creatures would make Beast Within more worthwhile, like more worth considering. I wouldn't go as far as saying it's strong, like it does something. Just, like my thoughts on Warping Whale as a counterspell is that, like those combo decks that we're trying to stop are just like, used to way more counter magic than we could like use against them. And I don't think like a couple Warping Whales is going to be enough. But it is like something though. And like, if we wanted to like somehow tune the board more to have like Veil of Summers plus Warping Whales, and like Veils making the Whales uncounterable, and more Shepherds making the Veils uncounterable, like it's possible we could go a direction with that. I think I've just accepted that I'll lose to Doomsday though. That's true, yeah. Force them to go the whole way through their library. If they're fearful of like Mikokoro still. Yeah, I just feel like it's not gonna do what we want it to. Although I will say, like, answering Dreadhorde Arcanist is not a bad reason for having the card. It just like ramps you if nothing else. Just make a Eldrazi spawn token. It always seemed like a useful card, but never great. Okay, Elves. I feel like we'll probably break our no Oko opponent streak very shortly. It's very likely there's many Okos in this top 8. So elves decks, they either have Reclaimers or they have like Heritage Druids, right? Or Nettle Sentinel is the card, I think. They probably always have Heritage Druid. But the Reclaimer ones are less combo-y, if I remember correctly. The Nettle ones are more combo-oriented. Okay, thanks. That's what I thought. Yeah, I hate Oko too. A lot of my friends are like, have been sick of Legacy for a while, just because of like things like Oko. And I hadn't really felt it for the longest time until like last week for the first time. Like, this was fun today. But definitely for like the more premier events, I feel like there's just way too many Oko decks to be fun. I don't care about this computer security. Elves like looks like a hard deck just in general. Like in another universe, I could definitely see myself being an Elves player. I love the deck, but I guess the Reclaimers, they're mostly to get your Cradles, right? And of course you have like the land toolbox too. I think like just leveraging Cradle, your most broken card, is the reason to play Reclaimer. It's also a pretty beefy creature on its own. And one of my friends that plays a lot of Depths, I remember he said to me that how like in this deck we don't make Reclaimer a 3/4 very easily. Like every other Reclaimer deck runs a ton of like fetch lands. And so I don't know, it would be nice if we could get those things bigger more easily. Like we could play more fetch lands over basics, but I don't know if I want to do that. I think that would be weakening the mana base. So the other deck I've been playing around with is this blue Urza deck. And I feel like Hibernation should be a card people play more. It's been pretty good for me so far. Just bounce Oko, bounce your own like elk stuff. Bounce their elk food tokens. I didn't realize it was like green permanents at first. And it's not just creatures. But yeah, I think people should play Hibernation. Try it out more at least. Yeah, I figured Cabal Pit was for Plague Engineer mostly. Yeah, all those cards you listed, other than Peacekeeper, are like problems for us. And it's been a while since I had to worry about Containment Priest. Not since like the show and tell days. Also, Grafdigger's Cage. Both those cards stock Green Sun. No, really? Elves will sometimes run a Wasteland. I was wondering if they would ever, like, do that. Like, I would think that the worst land for them would generally be Tabernacle. And Gaia's Cradle, like, cancels out a Tabernacle. Maybe our Glacial Chasms from our deck, like, just got to him eventually. Yeah, I don't know enough about elves to say if like splashing is good or not. It feels like it would be easy to just have the second color, but I may be wrong about that. They usually run Once Upon a Time now, don't they? That card probably like smoothed out their deck, like their deck's consistency the same way it did for like us. And sometimes they would have white too. Like, I haven't seen that in a while, but that was definitely a thing. Alright, I'll be right back. I have tried Dismember in the past. I guess it just wasn't like versatile enough for me to really think it was worth it. Like, it's probably our best creature removal option if we were to play something like that. But it was like not something I'd want to cast against like Delver, for example. It'd be great for like killing like a Meddling Mage or like a Magus of the Moon. I just like don't see myself bringing in like Dismember against like a Meddling Mage deck for the most part. Looks like we're playing against Mick Windsauce. So if we did play against them yesterday, which other people probably remember this better, if they're playing the same thing, then they're probably just like lands or depths. But who knows? We're just gonna aim for a hand that plays for our own game plan well. Game 1. Ooh, Green Sun Snow. That sounds good. Oh, that's that opponent? God. Alright, well, I need to just play quicker this time. It's definitely gonna be a long one, most likely. 6 rounds, no Oko. That's a pretty good streak. Oh, man. It's not enough lands. It says the forest, the turn 1 Reclaimer. Like, we'd have to hit a second land off this. I'd probably be down to keep this, though. It's probably better than going any lower. Bottom Crop Rot. Yeah, I think... Yeah, it's definitely the worst one. Could also see putting Prime Time back, but... we hit top 8 finally. Not to brag, but I hit top 8 fairly often. I'm trying to win the whole thing. That's the thing that hasn't happened yet. We really need this to hit like a land too. Alright. It's very bad, but at least there's a land. Hopefully this just lives a turn to get our first Cloudpost. Oh, it's probably not going. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to fire this off immediately. It's also not a good land. Should probably just stick the land here. Reclaimer would be too dependent on sticking around. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably should just do it during their upkeep. I mean, that way you can't get force and negations. Yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, I guess they could, like, have Spell Pierce up, potentially. Alright, let's play out this Needle now, and then I'm gonna probably do it during upkeep. All the Once Upon a Times. Yeah, let's just do it now. Cavern's good at least. How many cards have we seen? Like 18? No Cloudpost there. This feels like a good spot though. That's like Maverick. Shit. I still would have always named Oko. Based on like everything we had seen at that point. Yeah, maybe it's Omnath. And if this is like the kind of deck I'm thinking of, they probably have like a single wasteland to go alongside like their excavator. Yeah, I think they should play like one wasteland at least. Oh really? That seems weird to have like a land searching ability. And we'll find out right now. I feel like there's no way they don't have wasteland. I'm just trying to grow this. I mean, if they really don't have it, then just like to see another mana producing land ASAP. If I have to start thinking of playing this Maze of Ith out. Yeah, let's do this right now. While they're tapped out. Yeah, pitching Omnath. I think they're just looking to beat us down. Uro probably. Yeah, this is the same deck I think as yesterday. Yay. Okay. What to get? Can I safely get Eye plus Cloudpost? I feel like I should get Glacial Chasm here. I should probably get Chasm Eye, I think. Because this is just very threatening here, as it is. There's a lot of things I could see getting here. Yeah, and we have the stage also to become a second maze too. Yeah, definitely a forest here. Maybe one day we might just draw a Cloudpost. So post board, probably, yeah, Tabernacle's not great really against this. I might bring in one of them just to potentially like type their mana in specific spots. Yes. I hope they just tap out here. Hey, Acrobatics. Yeah, I usually always play the Sunday challenge. I'm glad you could see this here. Come on, don't play another land. If they don't play another land, we know they can't swords. Yes. Alright. Well, I'm just definitely ditching this then. I think I'll just get Cloudpost. Probably Glimmerpost here. Gotta take advantage of attacking with this. Plus I have this maze to hold off against one of these things. Ooh. Could also get like a Bojuka Bog to make this not a threat. They're gonna block with this though. Play this out. I think just life gain is the safest thing. Life plus Cloudpost. Oh, that's smart. Oh shit. Hopefully we don't just die here. I was thinking if they have some way to get out of this. They got the swords now. Alright, well I think I'm copying this maze, most likely. That's scary. 2, 3, 4. Just need to find that Cloudpost. This is going to be a problem too. No, I definitely thought they were tapped out. Definitely made a mistake there. Probably should have been safer about it. That was smart though on them. That was a good thing that they did. Just make this another maze right now. Hopefully that'll keep me alive long enough. Yeah, I need a couple maze. 2 of these. Oko reinforcement probably. I feel like I should have gotten Karakas as one of the lands, the more I think about it. Maybe instead of the, you like Knights? I guess, yeah, that would trigger more of their Field of the Deads. I probably have to do that now, at this point. I feel like we would have seen Wasteland already, but maybe they've been next leveling us with that too. And just waiting for it. Here it starts. This game has been so swingy. It looked sketchy at first, and I thought we were gonna be fine. I'm pretty worried now. Even the Cloudpost just isn't quite enough here. I think we have to hit Cloudpost And then a land put like after that even. Here comes Oko. No, I like, I'm okay with the decision to say, Knight. Because I feel like we could potentially slow down their Field of the Dead. I just know, like, they always have answers to, like, the first Needle at least. Yeah, I really think we need to hit Cloudpost this next turn, and then a land after that. I don't even know if that's going to be enough. Yeah, it was a very so-so land draw. First Cloudpost is always the most difficult. It's a shame we couldn't find one just digging earlier. Like, against these grindy control decks, this is the most important card to be able to find. But also you need, like, to get the first Cloudpost as well. Which sometimes is difficult to do. We could make our own zombie tokens. Maybe that would be... That's interesting. Now they're going to draw a bunch from these mazes. And we don't even have, like, the Glacial Chasm. Yeah, let's try and just play quickly. You're right. I don't think we need to think too hard. I think this one's done. They can draw the cards. Yeah, they're going to be at 15 cards in library. If we add our Chasm still, we could maybe, like, make them deck. Yeah, I'll do that next time. So, take the lessons we learned from past mistakes. I can't even, like, cast anything meaningful this turn. It would have to be, like, Green Sun for Excavator. Oh, look. Look what showed up. Alright, I want one of these. Maybe one Tabernacle. And probably all of these. Alright, so definitely these 9, and maybe Tabernacle. Oh yeah, you're right. But they did show us, like, some basics, though. Like, we could just be safe about it. And I was also thinking, like, if we hit their, like, Astrolabes, I don't know if that's worth bringing Force of Vigors in, but that could, like, encourage them to fetch up more islands. Also Sylvan Library. I don't know, if it was me, I would definitely just probably be safe and bring in some number of forces. I think I probably will, too. Maze is worth keeping in, I think. Like, it was definitely very helpful that last game. Maybe 2 Force of Vigors. I think that's a decent hedge. 6 basics, 7 non-basics. Yeah, I think this is fine. We also, like, normally I'll take out Reclaimers with the carpets, but we still have a number of Reclaimers now, too. Yeah, let's... Excavator is, like, something I a lot of times feel like it shouldn't come out, but... You like Bog, too. Yeah, you're right, Alright, yeah, let's cut 2 Reclaimers, then. That's usually, like, what we want to do when we bring the carpets in. No, you're definitely right. Let's keep it together. I feel good about the matchup, but... Kind of felt like maybe we could have pulled that one out if I had made different decisions. I don't like this. I'll try this. I'll play Reclaimer turn 1. If it lives a turn, I can get the first Cloudpost. And then we'll be in a decent spot after that. Put back one of these Vesuvas. Yeah, Sand seems good. Yes, that's good. She'll have her first Cloudpost. That's one step. Chose to shuffle. It's not bad. Yeah, I'm going to attempt a carpet next turn. Let's see what happens with that. If I get a second activation out of this Reclaimer, which I feel like it's going to get swords right now. I don't know. I kind of like finding Eye of Ugin ASAP. But we'll go for one of the carpets first. Yeah, we're already in a lot better spot than last game. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Now let's play the second carpet, and then I think I'm going to search up Eye of Ugin. Hopefully that'll be just enough green mana this game. Alright, I can wait on the activation too. Yeah, I like the name, McWin Sauce. Hopefully they'll play another island for us. Very surprised Reclaimer has lived this long. Like, hardly ever happens. Well, now I might as well just get another Cloudpost. And then I'll have enough mana to fire these both off. Just trying to think, make sure they can't do something sneaky to us. They did last game. Perfect. I can wait on the second one then. I'll just get the mana here. Let's see if this works first. I mean, I guess we could try and potentially find Shepherd, but I like just slamming here too. Maybe we find like Eye of Ugin with this. Probably be the best thing. I like that Kozilek. Thank you, Allosaurus, for the follow. Yeah, let's get this threat, just in case things go wrong. I'm just going to do this now, too. Like, in case they are playing back to basics. I don't have to tap this other Cloudpost. Nice. I feel like we've spent more time than we should have, too. I don't feel comfortable completely with 13 minutes. Alright, do we want to change anything? Thank you, FloJo82. Appreciate the follow. Like, Reclaimer stuck around a lot that game, but I don't think that's very typical. Yeah, Force, like, I like the 2 and 2 that we're on now. I think, like, last game was the exception. Like, I would never expect Reclaimer to live that long against these kind of decks. I know, like, we have expectations of, like, whether they would have back to basics or not. But you never know. They might have, like, switched it out, like, last second, or, like, decided to include it. I like this. Cloudpost, Green Source, Carpet, and maps are good too. They mulligan to 6. This big wind sauce. He's tricksy. And also just have to play fast too. I hope they give us an island here. Not that one mana artifact. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get it down here. Sweet. I feel like if they had an Astrolabe, they would have played it turn 1. And they're going to get Abrupt Decay now. Thank you, Elf Kid. And there's their blue mana then. Let's play out that Needle. Say the Elf Man. Alright, I'm gonna yield to this thing next. Yeah, good job in the top 16, Elf Kid. I think Knight of the Reliquary would be the worst thing here for us. Oh, Collector Roof, I bet. Shit, that's bad. Alright. Always yield. And I'll unset this then, if we have to sequence differently. What do I want? I think the life gain will be good here. Like, how long can they go without a blue source? Yeah, I still need more, like, just mana in general, so we have a good chance of hitting like another forest or them playing an island. This maze is really bad now too. Oh, this is such a bad interaction. Yeah, they're going to draw a shitload of cards. Alright. That's very bad. Probably should have played the second Needle out too. And name, let's just name Oko again. We're not going to get rid of Collector Roof ever. I definitely fucked up there by not doing the carpet too. Man. Definitely got punished by being on the draw this game. I feel like if we were a turn ahead, we could have played like, got a map off at least. And they're just like never gonna find an island now. Guess we could always top deck Cavern of Souls. I'm just gonna slam it now. Yeah, I'm fairly certain they do too. There's just no way we can like wait around. Like, we don't have these maps, which would be like our most likely way to find the cavern. Oh, I should not do this now. Should wait till next. No, they're gonna draw a card anyway, so yeah. Yeah, there's no reason to not just do it. Wow. Alright, now what do we get? Just Cloudpost Eye, I think. Just go to kill now. You just have to go for it sometimes. Guess I'll play this out if I get my Ulamog. Damn it. I keep giving them extra cards. Did I set the yields incorrectly? Probably. Yeah, they're just going to draw a card anyway, so... Alright, we have the important thing down. Yeah, it might come down to that, honestly. We've, like, decked these opponents before. Yeah, I messed up for sure. Like, giving them the free carpet triggers is, like, the most egregious, like, error. Like, most obvious to me. Alright, if we get one more mana source, then we're at Emrakul mana. Oh, nice. So you're a combo player. And you like sneaky tricks, like transforming elves into like this deck or something. If you don't find a mana next turn, I could always just get Ulamog, get rid of this, and then should be fine. I think the worst thing they could do here is like a Pithing Needle on Eye. Don't needle me, please. Alright, that's good. Yeah, let's not give them a second card every turn. Yeah, this is the thing I don't like about these yielding. Like, I'll just be better off, like, doing it myself in most situations. Let's play this out. I'm going to search up Ulamog this next turn. Because we don't have the guaranteed mana for Emrakul. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, definitely. I'm not a boomer. I am technologically impaired, I guess. Yeah, what should I even, like, what else should I kill with Ulamog? Definitely Oof. I don't really care about that. Maybe just Leovold now. Library. Could take them off their blue mana. Or no, they have Astrolabe. What am I saying? Here, take another card. It'll always, like, function like that. Like, it checks for it. Probably gonna kill whatever this is. Like a knight or something. Yeah, it's definitely knight and collector roof. Alright, I'm just gonna do this now before I like misclick. Yeah, definitely Ulamog. If we had one more mana guaranteed, we could be certain to cast Emrakul, but this will set us up well for like the next turn or two. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna Ulamog, get another Cloudpost, and then probably Glimmerpost after that. Yes, use it. I feel like I have been doing this. Or does it just trigger? I don't know. Worry about this later. Could also get Karakas, but alright. Let's just ramp now. That's really clever then. They fetched like no islands at all to get 2 extra cards. If they don't do anything like too scary here, I'll just search up another Cloudpost. Yeah, that's the scariest thing now, I guess. No trophy. Which I probably, if they do have it, I definitely helped them find it. I guess, like, Carpet, being unable to do anything about it makes me feel not as bad. I feel like I, like, set something incorrectly. But I guess there's just no way to stop it from triggering if they have, like, no islands. Karakas would give us exactly 20. If things go wrong, it could answer this Leovold. That is better. And it sets us up for the infinite turns, too. Yeah, let's see what they do. Karakas, yeah, seems like... I hope they just tap out here. Yeah, let's definitely get Karakas. It's fine. Sure. That's one more card at this point. Karakas. I think we're good. That, like, one prime time definitely won us the game. Assuming this happens. I'm confident I can finish this game in 6 minutes from this point. Plenty of time now. Nice. That's why I like just going for it in those kind of spots. Like, make them have it. Twibs. But yeah, I feel like we definitely got lucky that last round, that last game. Seriously? 12 post mirror match? And shit. If they're the colorless version, they're like, I feel like they're favored. And if they're the green one, it's just a mirror match then. Yeah, between like being really careful and not misclicking, but also your clock, like it's a balance. I didn't know that Carpet of Flowers like functioned that way though, or it would just automatically attempt to trigger a second time. Yeah, I'll look at that afterwards. Just want to treat it like it's a actual tournament, not try and like look up deck lists. Plus, you never know when like they might switch something up. Been thinking about doing that myself at some point. Just next level some people. Yeah, if we both get there. And if it was Elves versus 12 foes. 2 green decks. Okay. Let's do this. I like it. I like this turn 1 Reclaimer. Cool. And probably Vesuva. Now we have a Vesuva already. Let's get into Glimmer here. The Dark Depths plan is pretty good against the colorless 12 Boast. I feel like we might end up in a spot where we can do that. Oh yeah, so the bracket didn't work the way I thought, so it's Elves. Well, this is great against Elves too. It's probably not updated. I'll try and change it after this. I'm like just lagging in general. I should restart the client after this game. This is a Glacial Chasm matchup, so we're going to be relying on Chasm. And because of that, I did not want to play the stage out, because stage can reset Glacial Chasm. I'm going to play this second Reclaimer out too. Yeah, definitely. And we'll just always keep Chasm up from this point on. This looks like super slow from them. Here they go. I say like slow, but I guess Elves is Just like a glimpse away from going off. Here, I'll refresh this chat. Something's laggy, for sure. Natural order. We should be good this game now. Unless they're running some, like, something really surprising. Like Shaman of the Pack. Have lost to that card before. So it's not outside the realm of possibility. Until I have to get Glacial Chasm, I'm just gonna search up Cloudposts. And I'll probably have to get it next turn, so maybe I could just get like a Glimmerpost over this forest. Just knowing that I'll have to sack something in the future. Is that an option? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I would have never known this stuff if I just like never streamed. Is there a combat option though? I don't think any of these ones are. Oh, okay, yeah, yield here until here. Yeah, I guess I can do that. That's better. So the only like risk of that is if they're running like say a Pithing Needle, and then like they prevent us from reclaiming. Like I know it's not gonna happen this first game at all. Probably not against this deck in general, but like situations like that makes those like yielding those kind of options dangerous. But yeah, I'm fine doing this first game at least. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me know. There's no like one like easy answer for doing things on Modo. I feel like every time I attempt a shortcut, it somehow like bites me later. There's really no risk here. Let the opponent play Solitaire. If they don't have like... Okay, so this is a good thing we're gonna stop here. Get that chasm. Yeah, let's just do it now. Alright, that's great. Let's Let's trade this for another Cloudpost. Yeah, we're just gonna hide behind this for now. I should just do it now. Like, my decision's not gonna be changed for anything. Yeah, I'll just do it. We need the time more for the post-board games. And we gotta play around Assassin's Trophy. I guess it just always yields until combat when you set that. I'll just do it now, whatever. We could. I kind of prefer just going towards Eye of Ugin, though. I feel like it's safer. Like, they could play that, that other big creature they sometimes run. I just feel more comfortable going the Eye of Ugin route. Wouldn't mind getting the Excavator out and just guaranteeing our land drops every turn. So we'll play the stage out. I can play the map. I feel like there's no danger here of just like waiting for a while. Unless Elves eventually does run like the Wasteland that you're saying. Actually, I can play both these out. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this stuff now. Get a forest, search up Excavator next turn, and then the turn after that, like, I'll just have my land drops from here on out. Probably reset the chasm. Not this turn, but the turn after that. Yeah, Arcana of Valor's Reach. Thank you. I mean, this isn't the Reclaimer version anyway, but yeah, I was hoping they would never like start running Wasteland in their toolbox. I didn't think Glacial Chasm was that big of a deal to them. I don't know what else Wasteland would be in there for. Like, this is the anti-Tabernacle card already. Wonder if they'll bring their, like, Thoughtseizes in, too. Okay, sideboard. Yeah, this specific card, Glacial Chasm, is definitely like one of the strengths of playing this deck. If you've never seen this deck before. Some decks just can't interact with this at all. Or their interaction is very limited. It's good to have. Here, I'll yield it until here. And just make my activation then. And also, do you know if, like, when you set this, does, like, just your most recent decision, is that the one that it's gonna follow then? I'm guessing that's how it works. I mean, after sideboarding, just not going to mess with these. We only have used 4 minutes so far, so I think we'll be good. Oh, that's good. A good answer. You wouldn't expect this to be a good card against 12 posts. I guess in this specific spot, it's not bad. It's another Cloudpost here. Yeah, we're not getting rid of Chasm. Or we'll always have a Chasm until we need to go in. We do this. Thespian Stage is a new Chasm. I'm just going to get Eye of Ugin with this one too. Goodbye, original Chasm. And then always say no at this point if you do it at this time. Yeah, but we have a new Chasm. We're fine. I'm trying to get me to misclick, so I like paid the life. Yeah, I'm not going to get rid of Karakas. Perfect. Get rid of that instead. I think we lost a Cloudpost earlier. That was a Vesuva. Okay. If we draw like another Locust land next turn, we can just win. I guess I could like crop right here, but let's not get rid of this Chasm yet. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, sure. I guess it doesn't matter. Just crop right now. It's probably unnecessarily risky to do this, but it's not like they're gonna have like counters though. This 2 is 3. Yeah, this will be 21. And if we didn't already have Karakas in hand, we could just, we'd have exactly the remaining 2 mana to search that up too. But yeah, I won't waste any more time. Just be very careful these next 2 games. And we're up 3 minutes on them too. $14 mana. Got plenty. I'm just gonna squeeze everything. I think this is wasting more of their time at least. Yeah, you're probably right. I just don't trust that yet. I mean, the vast majority of time, I'll just do things manually, and it, like, was fine. I'm sure you're right. The double tabernacle might be good here. It may or may not. Like, there's always, like... There's really, like, only specific windows where the tabernacle is good against elves, but it's definitely worthwhile keeping here. Oh yeah, thanks. Let's update this title. Challenge. It's been a few rounds since I did that. Alright, I want these 5 cards against elves. Bog, Maze, Shepherd. I don't really need Rec Sage. And also Ulamog. The reason I'll keep Kozilek in, but not Ulamog in this matchup, is like, since our game plan is going to revolve around Glacial Chasm, I want the ability to draw into more cards at that point and hit my land drops. It's going to be more useful than killing one of the like millions of elves. But I'm looking for a hand here that'll get us to Reclaimer. Yeah, there you go. This looks really good. Tabernacle, turn 1 Reclaimer. This'll buy us some time. Like, despite this being in hand, we're definitely keeping. And then the most threatening thing this game is going to be the Assassin's Trophy. So hopefully we can get to a point where, when we have our Chasm out, we also have a Thespian stage to, like, emergency copy Chasm if we need to. Their turn 1 is a good sign for us too. So it seems like Elves' fastest starts happen when they go turn 1 Green Sun for Dryad Arbor. I don't think I want to play out Tabernacle just yet. We're just better off holding out Chasm right now. I don't know, I could be wrong about that. Maybe that would be the best window, but if we play Tabernacle now, then we're not going to be able to activate Reclaimer for a while. Am I still 4-1? I don't know. I don't know why it wouldn't update then. Alright, well, glad we did that now. I think I'm going to save this for the trophy then. At this point. Alright, let's stop and think about it. Maybe there will be like a best spell. Like, they haven't played their land yet, so I don't want to shoot this off yet. I might as well take it out now. Let's get a Cloudpost. Tabernacle definitely next turn is happening. Yeah, like, this is a spot where Tabernacle, like, definitely feels useful. Exactly. Now, Leviathan knows what's up. People that have been following this deck for a while know it's, like, worth playing. I think people just don't play it correctly, and they just think it sucks. I mean, I like winning through my lands, and just my lands alone. I think that's pretty strong. Hopefully we can dodge Gaia's Cradle for long enough. Alright, so the plan is make this forest a Cloudpost. We'll tap 1 Cloudpost for our Tabernacle next turn. We could just go for Titan if we wanted and get Chasm off that. This would actually be a good spot for the second Tabernacle. Yeah. Yeah, they won't see that coming. Let's do that. See, people are already, like, figuring out the lines. It's, like, so used to, like, only having the single Tabernacle. You're like, oh yeah, if I get rid of it, it's not coming back. But yeah, let's do that for sure. This will screw us over if we draw into one of those 2 lands. That's the risk of doing this. But we will have the other one at least. I guess we could just always not cast it then. Sweet. Get the 2 old-ass weird lands. Lands doesn't ever really run Chasm anymore, does it? I feel like they're one of the only other decks that could like make good use of it. I mean, they have Thespian Stage. They play Reclaimers as well. Like, this has always been good in 12-post decks for the most part. But Reclaimer just, like, put it on another level. Yeah, like, best card in the deck. I really shouldn't auto-yield. That tells them I have no Mindbreak Trap, but I think the time is just more valuable here. Next turn, we'll pay the Tabernacle of both these with the Cloudpost. I'll play the Glimmerpost out. Play the map, and then I'll have 4 mana to activate. I guess it would be safer just to play Stage, but we could also search up with get a Vesuva and copy Chasm that way if we need to, also. Yeah, no Reclaimer gets played. Oh, that's surprising. It gets played in Modern now. It was never in Standard, really, was it? Good old triggers. Alright, there's still 1 more Vesuva in deck to get for emergencies. Yeah, there's 1 more left. That was only our second one. Or our first one. There's no reason to go for Dark Depths. Like, maybe I'm, like, over-paranoid about going for it, but it's just our main game plan is just so much better. This forest will become another Cloudpost. I'll search up Eye to have in hand. And then next turn I'll play the Stage. Just a little bit of like insurance. I mean, we're probably fine to just kill with Prime Time, honestly. Especially if they tap out. Yeah, maybe we'll just do that. Rather than give them extra turns to find their Assassin's Trophy. I would get rid of the Tabernacle first if we decide to do that. I'll double check it all if we want to do that. But I do kind of just like putting it away. We have a lot more clock than they do, and they have black mana now. Just trying to think what could go wrong at this point. Let's see. We could sack Tabernacle, get Cloudpost. We also get Eye in hand. It'd be 14 mana on board. Okay. Shuffle all my stuff back in. Yeah, I want to just go for it here. They would have to untap, like, multiple things. How many untapped abilities do they have? Untap target creature, and this just returns it. Yeah, I feel safe about this, relatively enough. I think we should just try and win here. Get rid of Tabernacle, because that sets our mana back. Search up Eye of Ugin. It's going well. I think we're about to win this right here. Keep this around because I want to sack it to the Reclaimer. And then Prime Time will give us the rest of the mana we need. Yeah, we'll just get 2 Locust lands then. And if they somehow trophied here, we could always probably just get Walking Ballista and do a lot of damage that way. But I think we're good. The only reason I went to do this, rather than waiting longer, is I just don't want to give them a chance to like find their trophy. Yeah, we have enough at this point to not have to go infinite. Like, we could just Ballista them next turn if we wanted to. One more. Let's do it. Man, these have been great matchups for us today. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Trying to win my first challenge here, so let's see it. It's been a lot more than just Oko decks today. I think the only Oko deck was that top 8 one, the Snowco. But yeah, I always stream on Sundays, usually Saturdays for the challenge too, if I can stay awake for it. It starts at 4 AM Arizona time, this is where I'm at. Maybe you should walk away this early. It might be like my lucky charm. Yeah, each time I get a little bit closer, so if I don't win this is like the closest I've gotten, like getting to the finals. But let's just take it all down right now. Yeah, title, definitely. Capitals too. We've been needing good matchups for the 2 Tabernacles too. Elves, D&T, both of those decks multiple times. Oh, colorless Cloudpost? Oh shit. No, thanks, SP. Man, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream. People say it's colorless 12 posts. I mean, I believe you, but this hand's terrible anyway. I wouldn't keep this against anything. 2 Cloudpost decks, though. That's pretty sweet. We coming up. Yeah, I think supposedly this is a colorless 12 post deck. They are favored if it's colorless. Their Dark Depths plan is good against them. If they don't throw out like their Karakas. Yeah, there's been... I mean, it was a green Cloudpost deck, like a true mirror match earlier, but I don't know if I've ever had, like, 2 Cloudpost opponents in a tournament before. Post on post. Indeed it is. Yeah, I think I'll try this. Chalice would be pretty good against us. But these give us a lot of... I think these could be good for us. And we have like half of the depths combo as is. I like crop rotation a ton here, basically. I think I'll put back the second Once Upon a Time. Either that or the Maze. No, let's put back the Maze. Like, our Vesuvas are better from the start if they are a mirror match. Yeah, I want to name Karn with the Needle, like ASAP. That's good. Yeah, I like my own Cloudpost here. I should probably play the Needle out, though, before they have a chance to Chalice. And they could also play Thought Knot next turn, which would suck if I play this Cloudpost out. So yeah, that makes me want to play the Forest here. And Karn Great Creator is like the most immediately threatening thing against us. So I want to do that right now. I can't think of anything clever to say. I guess the post on post thing. Yeah, I wouldn't swear at that. I'd be like looking on in amazement. It's super corny, but whatever. One more turn and I could... Oh, I'm giving them potentially Ugin mana. I think I'm okay with Ugin though. Let's see, I could crop rot for stage. The next turn, also play Needle, naming Karakas. Like, they could have 9 mana max if they play a Glimmerpost. That's true, they could have Candelabra as well. Oh shit, they have... That's not terrible. Let's see what they search up here. Since I'm behind on board, I want to probably just try and put this game away. So I think I'm going to search up stage. Next turn, I'll be able to make a 20/20 and also play the needle out. I should probably just name Eye then. Because if they play another Locust land, then they'll have the 15. And then we'll lose if they find Karakas. Well, I can take them off their Eye of Ugin with this other needle, is the thing. I don't know, I've committed to this at this point. Yeah, I guess this way I have to make it like right now. But they're a colorless deck, they have 3 cards in hand. Yeah, whatever. Let's go now. But it definitely just could have been incorrect. I guess this loses to Ugin too. Yeah, I might have fucked up by doing this. I guess it's not the worst yet though. I will still have 4 mana later. I wish I could have somehow gotten rid of the Cloudpost just to take them off mana. Alright, now just pray. Yeah, I think I screwed up. Just, if they play a Glimmerpost too, they can survive a hit. Punished. Man. That was the risk we took there. Of committing that needle to the eye. And they're pretty aggressive then. It's like Eldrazi Cloudpost. It's interesting. And yeah, I don't know if I fucked up the timing, but it's going to get better for us post-board. At least I hope so. I think it will. If they are very aggressive, which, like, I guess both Matter Reshaper and Reality Smasher, they don't necessarily suggest a super aggressive Eldrazi deck, but like they might be slower and going like bigger mana. They probably don't run Wasteland then. I don't know, their deck looks pretty sweet. It's pretty unusual. I think I'm just cutting the maps here. But anyways, yeah, if they are like very aggressive, then these Tabernacles should be good. And one more thing to cut. Yeah, I can probably do without Excavator. I can never... No, I'll probably just cut 1 Force of Vigor. I guess we can just bring 3 in. I guess the only great thing we can hit is Chalice, but that's about it. And plus we have Shepherd to search up against Chalice as well. Like, maybe I'm not, like, up to date on these different deck lists, but I feel like I don't usually see Cloudpost plus, like, Reality Smasher. I usually think of, like, Wastelands and more Soul Lands when I see, like, that specific creature. I think I'm going to keep this. Got our turn 1 Reclaimer. Hopefully we find a second land with this. And then, yeah, all these cards should be very good in the matchup. I hope I get to play the Needle out next turn. So hopefully we don't get Chalice turn 1. Cloudpost, I think. Just in case they, like, answer a Reclaimer, like, Dismember or something. Yeah, I think I want to spend this turn playing out the Reclaimer and the Needle before Chalice can come down. I mean, I'm potentially giving them 4 mana next turn, but the worst that could happen from that would be Thought Knot, since I'm going to Needle Karn here. Thank you for the final, the follow, Gentle Hopes. That's what I did last time. I should have cut some of the Glimmerposts. That's pretty bad. This is all very bad. Okay, maybe get rid of the Glimmerpost. I think I should do that ASAP. But I need to play one of these out. I think I'll get a Stage. I think that gives me the... I can become a Cloudpost later in the game, but also take them off mana. Oh yeah, they... Obviously they just Spyglass. Yeah. Well, hopefully we can just draw into something good now. I think I have to play these out now. I could toss a Glimmerpost if I feel like that's worth it. Just for the cost of Crop Rot, even if it's not going to resolve. Don't know if that's worth it, though. Yeah, I would only take them off of 1 mana. I'll have 4 or 5. But if I get rid of this Glimmerpost, they'll have... Let's see... 3, 4. It might be the difference between them casting Golos or not. We've got nothing else going on here, so... I kind of feel inclined to just get rid of the Glimmerpost. Yeah, let's do it. We saw Golos game 1. Also, like, Reality Smasher. Yeah, we have 3 Force of Vigors. I feel like we're so far away from it, though. And we probably would ditch the crop rotation anyway. I don't know, that could very well, in hindsight, be like a terrible decision. At least we have a good ramping ability based on what's in hand. Their stuff is just cheaper than ours, which is the scary thing. Jesus. Here's my Cloudpost. Yeah, we're still like multiple cards away from playing it. Five, six, seven. Yeah, I guess there's nothing useful to cast off this turn. Maybe we find like an Ulamog or something off this, but I'll wait. They could get 9 mana here if they play Glimmerpost. I guess there's a lot of potential good cards we could hit with this Once Upon a Time. Take Eye of Ugin. Golos, probably. This is Golos. It's gonna be bad news. Alright, at least this is... I can't wish for something. The only thing we care about is the maps with that. Alright. I would love to see an Ulamog right now. It's not Ulamog. This one Rec Sage is good, though. That'll unlock my Reclaimers. I'll take that. And there's the second forest if we had decided on prime time. Alright, I think we just play a Cloudpost out and hope we don't die next turn. Because even if we don't play the Cloudpost, they have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We can't even dodge Ulamog unless we're willing to get rid of some of our Cloudposts. I guess we could play the forest and then just minimize their possible mana. Go get Eye of Ugin next turn. He type unfunny things rather than using my clock wisely. Yeah, I don't want to get rid of my Cloudposts. No, they can't activate Karn. We have a Named with Needle. Yeah, let's just get rid of the forest then. At the end of next turn. I mean, I guess there's no reason to not take them off as much mana as possible. Even if they still have, like, the critical amount. I say they do Ulamog. We could possibly like respond by activating her whatever they target. This looks like Ulamog though. Alright. They could hit Needle. Man. Maybe I should have played the Cloudpost out, so... Because I was definitely going to search up an Eye, or was intending to search up that with one of these forests instead. It's the most possible winning line if they target the Cloudpost. Yeah, I feel like we could still maybe string something together here. Like, what if I search up a Karakas between now and next turn, and maybe get them to a point where they can't recast this? Maybe I can hit Karn, because that's a threat now too if they hit the Needle. Alright, 2 Cloudposts, that makes sense. It means these forests are really shitty to have around. But we're definitely going to sack those. Alright, so let's sack these. I could get like Stage. Like, say we don't have our Cloudpost. They have 5 mana total next turn. We could force them to get like Ensnaring Bridge if we don't get any more Cloudposts ourselves. I feel like one of these should probably be a Stage in here. One of them should be a Stage at least. Could also get Karakas too. Yeah, let's do that. If we don't Karakas their Ulamog, we could like play some game where we hope to just like not lose a really important card from the Ulamog trigger, but I don't know if I want to play that. And if I can threaten Dark Depths, maybe that'll alter what they do. I want to just Karakas bounce that, though, for one thing. I'm glad they're attacking with this. I can kill Karn, then. So with 2 of these at that, kill that. 5. If I play the Cloudpost, they'll 6, 7, 8. Let's see what this finds us. Prime time. That's good. I think because of that prime time, I will play the Cloudpost out. They'll have 8 mana next turn, so they can't Ulamog with what they have now. Just attack him, I guess. Nah, they won game 1. Uh-oh. We know Ulamog is, like, on the way, so... Maybe we can throw, like, too many permanents at them that they can, like, answer. And they're gonna Ulamog a second time, for sure. Play this. Right. Could get Dark Depths. Could get Eye. Those are, like, important things they have to target then. Could just make the 2020. Well, we have to make the 2020 if we do that now. I think I should have that as part of this plan. Yeah, and I want the Eye also. They'll have to answer Eye, the 2020, the prime time. Oh, yeah, you're right, the Karakas. Fuck. What if I take both of my Cloudposts away? Would they have to tap the Karakas? Probably not. Yeah, well, let's definitely not do the, that then. I'll probably just keep this mana up then. And maybe search for Eye end of turn. And just get Cloudposts here. Yeah, let's just try and go big on the mana. They'll probably target the prime time. I don't have an infinite time. I'm like kind of down on clock now. Don't choose this card. And we'll just keep the mana open to search for Eye end of turn. Hopefully we can survive an Ulamog a second time. I could cast Ulamog twice. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten another Cloudpost there. Oh, I feel like I could just, like, think about this for, like, hours. I have 8 minutes left. I guess I can't do it twice just yet. 14, 15, 16. If they play an Eye out, then they could have 16. Yeah, if they have Emrakul, we're just dead. Yeah, that would be the worst way to go out by clock. So the plan is to search up Eye of Ugin before our next turn with this 2 mana. Like that's the main thing. Yeah, I don't always see Emrakul at Aeons Torn out of the colorless ones. It's definitely not impossible. Like, I've seen it in some lists. They don't usually go that big. So I wonder if they'll value Ulamogging this prime time. Like, it doesn't seem like the best target, honestly. Like, it's a boost of mana, but they're already at, like, the game-winning stage with their Ulamog. Just making sure we don't run out of, like, Locust lands. We have all our Cloudposts out here. This is a Vesuva. They played another Cloudpost. Let's see what they target. Primetime and Cloudpost. Okay. So I sack this Cloudpost, get Eye. There'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 mana that way. Yeah, let's just do that at least. I could get my own Ulamog then, next turn at least. Yeah, I think next turn will probably involve this Excavator, for sure. Maybe. If we don't have to rely on it, I'd like to not have to. Yeah, I gotta be careful with the clock. I only have 2 Cloudposts out, so none of my... Like, paying 2 to search up another Cloudpost won't actually net me any mana. Alright, I think I should get this out at least. Sounds crazy, but I might actually just take the Ulamog hit. Or no, they have no cards in hand. Okay, I should kill... No, they can Karakas bounce it. So I should just take the Ulamog hit, regardless. I think that's right. They're gonna bounce their own Ulamog? God, okay. Alright, this will give you a little extra mana. And some life, importantly. What's up? Did I fuck something up? I don't think so. I'll have 16 mana. 17. With the Glimmerpost I get. Hey, don't worry, we didn't have Emrakul mana. I almost don't want to Ulamog their Ulamog. I think I would rather just hit their Cloudposts. Because they're just going to Karakas bounce their own Ulamog. And I can respond by bouncing my own as well. I should get one more Locust land right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess I don't need to. Whatever. I should just get more Cloudposts though. Yeah. Let's go fast. My intuition says just to kill Cloudposts. Like next turn we can try and Karakas bounce and do our own stuff. Try and answer that. Probably cast like multiple Ulamogs in a turn. Did I bring in Ballista? I don't think I did. Damn. Should put that back in. I can take this. Well, I'll probably chump, but I want to mostly save my Karakas to bounce my own Ulamog. Yeah, we didn't lose either of the other two. Eldrazi. Yeah, I should have blocked with Ulamog. Dumb. Watch that, like, cost us the game. Yeah, there's no reason not to block there. I'm more worried about the time more than anything, though, at this point. Like, these Cloudposts will give us 21 mana. Just those three at the moment. It might be more valuable for me to, if they don't target their own, what are they targeting? Their Golos? Okay. I should probably target my own Ulamog, most likely, at end of turn, so I can get another Karakas activation. Because Emrakul would just win the game at that point. No, Emrakul did not get exiled. What's this? All is dust. Okay, I think that's fine. Alright. Alright, let's just get Emrakul then, and be done. Let's see how much of their deck we can see. Yeah, we'll take our time sideboarding for sure. I want to put the Walking Ballista in. I think it's worth having for another threat to maybe just, like, shoot them to death. Alright, let's see what they exiled entirely. Maybe cut the Glimmerposts. Forgot to take those out, and I think they might be worth cutting. Oh, it's my... God damn it. Well, we have sideboarding time now. Let's take a snapshot. Alright. I guess that doesn't tell us too much. Yeah, let's take a deep breath. This deck does have the ability to win click, so I think we can, we'll have to go for that. Yeah, I'll close it. There's no reason to. Alright, so I want this Ballista. I really don't hate maps either. Just helping us hit our posts might be important. I'm thinking adding these two in and cutting 2 Glimmerposts. And I guess Glimmerpost isn't terrible, but... yeah, if we run out of time, they just win. We're more susceptible to Chalice on the draw. Do we see Ancient Tombs? Yeah, there is Ancient Tomb. I don't feel like they don't play enough spells to trigger trap. Like, I feel like it's not like the Mox Opal artifact decks. And Ballista just, I don't know, maybe I'm overrating how good Ballista will be. It could pressure a Karn, though, too. I got my water here. Yeah, you're definitely right, SV. It's probably not a good use of our clock doing that. 20 more seconds. All down to this. 2 Cloudpost decks. Yeah, let's submit. In case Shitty Cox Cable goes out at the second. I'll keep. Reclaimer's good. Oh, this buggy too. God, they have so much mana though. I'm gonna kill that in upkeep. Damn. That's a well-timed thought not there. Could have Green Sun for prime time if that didn't happen, which I'm sure they'll take that. Still have decent top decks. Not out of it yet. Yeah, I think I just need to play that out. Just hope we can get to this Kozilek in time. I have 11 as is. God, I had this shit too. $11. This costs 3. Yeah. I had to like Glacial Chasm for a little bit. It's the only chance. I shouldn't have played that out there, right? Oh, maybe Chasm can keep this around long enough to get this off. Just say goodbye to my forest. It feels bad getting rid of the forest. Maybe the Karakas in one forest. I mean, they should Ugin this Reclaimer this turn. Yeah. Yeah, we can't do anything about Ulamog at this point. Maybe we live long enough to cast this. And also, I'll open myself up to Green Sun. Five, 6, 7. Alright, it's just Kozilek time. Next turn. We lose the Chasm, which sucks, but maybe we string something together. Who knows? Maybe we draw Excavator and then replay our Chasm. Crop rotation, that's what I wanted. Let's see. Search up Excavator, get our thing back. Hey, what's up, JK BB? I don't like that. Alright, what to do now? Guess if I draw a land... No. Maybe I should have kept it around. I don't know, I can't think much longer of this. Probably play this Maze of Ith out, most likely. Maybe if they sack all their lands, I can... Yeah, let's just play Maze out. Maybe Tabernacle. Yeah, no Tabernacle, not that. You're right. Damn it, didn't... I played that, my thing's fucking lagging. Oh well. Oh, we're gonna lose to that. Yeah, I wish we had more time. Just don't though. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of time though. Oh, you know what? That's frustrating, but I shouldn't have spent so much time thinking about it. I think we would have won if I had played faster. Yeah, thanks, Matt. Oh, man. It's the worst way to go out. In our hearts, we won, but... That's like the moral of this weekend streaming for me, though. That was like the worst part about streaming yesterday. So close. How we keep getting so close. Yeah, it was a good finish. But, yeah, I would have liked to take down the whole thing. Oh man, yeah, that's a brain drain, the mirror match. I feel like could have done like a million different things. Yeah, I definitely like take all the blame for running out of time. That's nothing against like an opponent for making you play it out. Yeah, I could have, if I said like a minute more, I think I would have had enough time to string together enough things to do. Yeah, let me bring the list up. So, not that. Yeah, this is what we played today. It's pretty much the same list that almost always shows up on like the deck dumps and these other challenges. The one like weird card. Basically, I'm not set on whatever this last sideboard spot should be. So we went with the second Tabernacle, which actually like came up pretty handy in a lot of spots today. Yeah, if we had won and like a deck had like 2 Tabernacles in the sideboard, I think that would have been hilarious. At least another Cloudpost deck won, but yeah, I've never hated like I have run this before in the past, like a second one in the board. It fills that role of just like an anti-creature card in the form of a land, which is like obviously the only land that does such a thing. So yeah, I feel like if money wasn't an issue, people would actually run multiple tabernacles. Ghost Quarter. If these mirrors start showing up more often, I could see it happening. Like for the most part, I don't think I want a land destruction land. Like I don't want to be getting rid of my own land to answer theirs. But if these Cloudpost decks keep showing up, then it might be worthwhile considering. And then again, like if I'm searching up a land, I don't know if in a mirror, I don't know if it would be better than just searching up a Cloudpost on my own. But yeah, this card, Last Spot, is just, I'm going to be messing around with different cards in this space here. Oh yeah. I wish Moto defaulted to something that was just more visual. Yeah, we have our One of Lands, Bojuka Bog, Cavern of Souls for prime time most of the time. Dark Depths to try and win that way. Eye of Ugin is our main win condition. Thank you, Velfo, for the follow. Glacial Chasm, I would say, is the second most important land in the deck. Saw that card in action a lot today. Karakas, we play our Eldrazi. It's just kind of like I'm not big on Maze of Ith, but it's definitely worth a spot. Then I'm running 7 basic forests, a fetch land to search up with the Reclaimer if I want to try and accelerate the Reclaimer becoming a 3/4. It's an option you have by running a single fetch land. And then 2 of each of the copy lands, Vesuva and Thespian Stage. Man, I wish I had played faster. But yeah, that's something I should work on. Yeah, I've been playing this deck for a few months now. I've always played 12 posts for the last 8 to 10 years. And yeah, the list just has changed a lot over time. But I mean, where it's at now between Once Upon a Time and Reclaimer, I think that consistency wise, it's just at a point where it hasn't been in a long time. So yeah, I'm really happy with the list. Yeah, if you're thinking about learning a new deck, this one has it plays out a lot differently than any other decks, at least in Legacy, I think. I feel like it's there's a lot of little tiny decisions that could win or lose you the game, so it takes a lot of practice, but it's very rewarding to play. If you watch the stream, I will show you how to handle pretty much any situation. Just try and figure out new situations too. Usually, even despite being a mono green deck, we can usually figure out some weakness in a deck we haven't seen before. Oh yeah, I'll definitely upload this to YouTube. And yeah, if you haven't checked it out already, my YouTube channel should be linked below. I'm going to put all my recorded streams there, as well as some other stuff I just record off stream. And also, you can follow me on Twitter just to get updates about when I go live. But that's going to be all for me today. I'm going to probably stream a league tomorrow, and I've been meaning to play a colorless post list. And just while I have access to all the cards available with this Eternal Weekend Pass or whatever. So yeah, definitely tune in there. Yeah, so I'll check it out after stream. And yeah, you can see how this is different tomorrow than the green build that I'm used to. But yeah, that was a fun stream. I wish it could have ended differently, but yeah. But I want to thank everyone for tuning in. It was fun. Maybe next time we'll actually win the whole thing. But yeah, definitely tune in tomorrow. Thanks a lot, everyone.